Call the June 18th, 2026 special meeting of the Planning Commission to order. May I have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Bedard, Commissioner McPhail,
Here.
Commissioner Malakoff,
Here.
Vice Chair Mead, here. Chair Lee,
Here.
please let the record show Commissioner Bedard is absent.
Thank you. Agenda finalization. Are there any changes to the agenda?
There are none, Chair.
Would the city clerk please read the public comments, statement of participation?
During a special meeting, public comments will be limited to items appearing on the agenda only. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. We will allow public comment after each section. Chair, we currently have no attendees, but as they come in, I would ask that we open public comments if we do see attendees come in.
Did we receive any comments by email?
No, we have none.
Okay, thank you. Moving on then to non-public items. Item A is public review draft, development code update, planning commission workshop, special meeting. We're actually considering the document that we met for at the last meeting, so we won't be having a formal staff presentation. So let me pick up what we're doing here. We got into the end of Division 3 yesterday in our document. We're going to continue in the same vein that we did yesterday. But before we actually start, I will ask if any of the commissioners have any further comments from Divisions 1 and 2, having considered things last night. Please. I do have one. And that's on page 26. It's table 920-01 and prompted from comment I received from a member of the public. So we have correctly identified in the draft the treatment of short-term vacation rentals in the RR zone, so that's in a separate table. But reflecting on the current code, what we have is an explicit exclusion under R1, R2, R3, saying that they're not permitted in that zone. So the suggestion was to also add in this table, as we talked about with data centers, add a line there explicitly mentioning STVR and putting a dash for each of the zones so that it's clear that they're not allowed in any residential zone. Any comment?
Seems reasonable.
But aren't they allowed if there's an HOA?
In RR,
Only in RR?
yes.
What's the council position been? You know, as the vacation rental ordinance is a big issue in every city. And did we ban them altogether here, or are they allowed?
They're only allowed in RR.
Yes.
So currently they're only allowed in RR, and the proposal is to only allow them in RR now.
Well, it's to note what's already in the ordinance, because that was the result of the Measure B vote, which was passed by 67% of the residents voting.
Well, the resort residential is kind of meant for that kind of use.
Right, and it's already noted later in the document that RR does allow short-term rental.
I think that's a good idea that you've come up with.
Okay.
It's one way to handle that. It's sort of this, as Chair mentioned, it's similar to how you might handle data centers. And what is important to point out here is that the draft code does reflect what was in the adopted ordinance.
Then, thank you. Then on Division 2, my only other comment was a general point, and I'm not quite sure how we can handle this, but these tables are great. They're certainly very informative. I think it would be really nice if we had a way to see all of them side by side, showing every land use and what can be used in each zone. It would be a very large table, I realize that. But
You mean for residential and commercial, or just all residential?
I would do it for residential and then maybe separately for commercial. But to have them all together, so you get a full picture.
I would suggest we do, if we're gonna do that, we would do an entire table, and I've suggested this as staff because it makes it easier, I think, for developers and for
Right.
when we're facilitating counter discussions.
Is the list different for the RR table than the list that we're looking at? Cause then you can't merge them.
Yes, so the lists are slightly different, and that's pretty standard. What we would end up do is if we did a master table, which we have done in some codes where all the zones are in one table, in an Ecode 360, you would just slide across
Right.
the entire table. It would just be a lengthier table, but we can do a master one and include everything, and it wouldn't be an issue just because one use is listed here and not the other.
Well, would it be, Chair, did you want it as a tool for our analysis, or did you want it as part of the future code?
Well, I see it as a way for, as Cynthia just said, for somebody who's looking to see what they can develop where. So if I want to develop X, then I can just look at that table and say, oh yeah, actually I can do it in commercial as well.
So I might make a recommendation that we'll consult with city staff on the proper placement of that table, because in this current structure, it doesn't fit neatly into the zoning districts. But we can come up with a way to have a master table in there and refer to it.
Okay.
Be a chapter that's just added at the very end of this division, and then just a comprehensive matrix potentially.
I was thinking of an appendix, but I think that's just as good.
I've also seen it as an appendix as well.
All right. That was everything from what we discussed previously. Okay. So I'm gonna move into Division 3, and actually we're finishing off Division 3. My next note is for 965, which is shade. Has anybody got any items before that in our book? What I'd like to do then is to work through each of the sections in turn. We were jumping around a little bit yesterday. I think it would be easier if we make sure we
I
go
have
through.
one thing, since I was trying to streamline last night, cause we were running out of time, but
Me too.
so 9.70.040.
Oh, that's after 965.
Forget it.
Well, we'll get there
I
in just a
I
second.
thought that was previous, sorry.
Yeah, well, I think we've all observed there's some numbering problems later as well. So if we go to 323, page 323. I know we're rewriting this anyway, but I just wanted to point out we have a whole list here. And I think we're trying to get away from doing lists like this and referring instead to reference documents. And I think Commissioner Bedard was talking about that yesterday. So we don't want to end up with a list of trees, which then we've got to come back and potentially update at some point.
Especially since P, Q, and R, Q and R both basically say, plus anything else.
Yes.
Cause I looked through this list and I was like, wait, our tree isn't on here, and our tree is on that Coachella Valley Water District lush and beautiful list. And then I was like, oh, it says if it's on there, then it's okay.
And point of clarification on that, what you're referring to, you're talking about not just the landscape trees, but you're talking about specific shade trees.
Yes, it's section, it's paragraph B and all of one, basically.
Yes, and I just wanna make the clarification that what's in the lush and beautiful is allowed. Shade trees, the section B is a subsection of lush and efficient. So we refer to lush and efficient along with the reference document that Commissioner Bedard was speaking of yesterday. We refer to that for appropriate species within a landscape plan. But when we're looking specifically at shade, we have the subset. That's why it's listed out separately. That's the distinction. I agree with you that we don't wanna necessarily list what all is appropriate, but these are the ones that are subset of the greater Is this accurate? This is a subset of the greater, here's the 50 species that are appropriate to have in landscape, but these ones qualify as shade trees.
So the reference document doesn't split them into shade and.
Correct. And if it, I think it does have some aspect of shade in there, but I know that this commission spoke at length about, you know, the adequacy of palm trees providing shade. And that was a specific, let's make sure that we're being very intentional about what we allow for shade and what we do to. So that, I would think that was the intent of this.
Okay, well, we'll leave it with staff to decide if you can exclude that list, it will make maintenance easier. But if there is no external reference that we can use that gives us the shade tree list, Commissioner Badab was mentioning a different list as well yesterday.
Yeah, it's a native plant. I don't wanna speak what the name of it was. He did send me the reference document.
So, I mean, if there's another list we could use it, otherwise I guess we leave it in. 324, it's the same section, but I'm looking at sections, paragraph C, shade structures. I just wanted to check, does this actually cover the discussion that we had at a previous meeting, which was about having a shade sail or something over a driveway as long as it was attached to, on one side, to a wall. I remember that we had that discussion.
We did have that discussion. I don't remember where we landed on that.
I mean, I think generally we were in favor of doing that as long as it was actually fixed on at least one side to.
Well, in
the
C
structure.
on 325, it talks about being attached or detached from the primary structure. Is that what you were looking
Yeah,
for?
it doesn't specifically say in front yards, cause I
No.
think
Right.
that was the question.
I was trying to clarify the point about being able to give shade over a driveway.
I don't know if that discussion, I think that discussion was actually an agenda item that was brought to planning commission, but I don't think it was actually part of this discussion.
Okay.
Not that it really matters, cause we had that big discussion, but I'm saying I don't think we actually did talk about it in the
Right.
context of the
Yeah.
plan.
So.
But I will say that the language is open-ended, shade structures may be located within setback areas, so it's not specifying which setback, it's pretty much allowing it in all, as noted.
Does that meet the gist of what we were talking about at that meeting? Because
Yeah.
there seemed to be some concern about it not being attached to anything,
Yeah, I think there was a concern about those kind of
sort of flimsy cloth
flimsy,
covers,
yeah, kind of carport things that people will put up being in the front yard and then they get blown.
So if there's a concern over the attachment, I would modify C, location.
Yes.
So its shade structures shall be attached to the primary attached to the primary structure, provided they comply with all other applicable standards. And then keep the rest of it, so shade structures may be located within setbacks, so they're still
But I
allowed.
think in your backyard, you'd want people to be allowed to have a regular shade sail that's.
Yes, it's
It's the
the
front
front
yard.
setback.
Cause the concern was shade for people who can't put in a garage, so
Right.
if they wanted to be able to put something on the driveway.
So I have another on the fly modification. I think we can take C, location, I think we can break it down into an I1, I2 for the different setbacks.
Yeah.
And then explain if it's in the front, it has to be attached to the primary structure. And then other setbacks, including the rear, it would not need to be, it could be freestanding.
So then what could happen possibly is in your single family dwelling, you could build a carport that's 20 feet long within 5 feet of the front property line. Covers the whole driveway and it stops 5 feet from the front property line.
Yeah. But isn't a
But you wouldn't be able to do it.
a more permanent structure though? I think.
Carport's a
Doesn't it
structure.
require a permit?
Well, carport is permanent, I mean, it's not like the ones you were just talking about where it's just like 4 poles and a tarp, or 4 poles and a piece of
Wouldn't
metal.
that require a permit to put in a carport like that? That's a permanent
It
structure.
would require a permit as far as I know, but I'm just asking you, do you want to allow?
Is a carport a shade structure? Is that somewhere
But do you wanna
else?
allow that to go the length of the driveway to the property line?
I don't, but I guarantee you Peter would.
The what?
I said I don't, but I guarantee you Peter would.
Yeah, I don't think it should go that far, but I'm not quite sure how to structure this.
And I'm not trying to speak for him, but I know he's very passionate about that. That's why we
Well-
had the conversation. Was-
Yeah.
I've had that conversation with him too, but I don't know that I have agreed with him. I would wonder if maybe a compromise might be that it could be attached to the building but be no longer than 20 feet, which could be able to cover the average vehicle. So it'd be 20 feet from the building that you could extend into the property, into the front yard setback. And I think by definition, unless I'm missing something, it has to be on the driveway. Cause it wouldn't make sense to put the shade structure like, you know, going.
For landscaping.
No,
Yeah.
it would. I mean, there are a lot of people who have little walled-in front yards with furniture and stuff out there in my neighborhood, so I could totally see someone wanting to put a shade structure over that.
Well, then do we wanna say that it has to be in the driveway?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the problem we're trying to solve, is people cannot build a garage.
Yeah, I
or-
wish we had notes from that meeting where we
Right.
had spent an hour and a half on
Right,
this
and
topic.
I don't want us to go down that
Yes,
rabbit hole again.
exactly.
So can we refer that just to staff and say,
Did you go back and
we're
look?
aware of the concern for people that cannot have a garage. We need
No, I
to
don't think we did.
find a set of words for that. Does that give you enough?
I think that gives, I'm gonna look at you. You're the ones who are drafting this,
Perfect,
so.
perfect. So the way that this is drafted is not just for driveways. This is allowing shade structures in your front
Right.
yard. So if we wanna specify specific shade structure for driveway, we can tease that out and have the limitation on the 20 feet, so it doesn't go further into the setback. It would be breaking it down just like the location pieces. Cause right now, this is allowing shade structures, pergolas, other freestanding shade structures
Right.
in your front yard. But if we're talking about the driveway in particular, this wouldn't prohibit it over a driveway, because it doesn't state it.
I mean,
But
would
if we
this
but if we
allow,
want it to be clear, we can do that.
would this, as it's written now, would this allow you to cover your entire front lawn between the wall, the front wall of your house and up to the street, basically? I mean, is this basically, you could cover the entire front yard with some sort of shade structure?
No, because I would think that parcel coverage would start to come into play then.
It doesn't count, temporary shade structure, because if we're talking about fabric,
Temporary shade structures though?
No, these
No,
are,
this is
are we on
these
two?
are permanent.
I'm sorry, what are we on here? Are we on not on two?
We're on
2A?
Two, A, B, C.
three.
Maybe, yeah.
2A's fabric?
Just says shade structures, it doesn't say temporary.
No, we're
Mhm.
965,030,
Did you
Page
say it was
324.
Page 328.
page 324,
Yes,
yes,
uh-huh.
C.
Yes, so if we look under materials, fabric is not a permanent feature, correct? So I think that the implication is that it's not a permanent shade structure.
It's a shade sale. Am I looking at the wrong side?
Maybe it's
No,
965.
C1, allowed shade
Yeah.
structure, shade sail or pyramid shade structure is the first one.
shade
shade
sails are
canopy.
made
Oh,
of,
I'm sorry,
fabric.
the section right after that. 2, design requirements for shade structures. Materials, fabric, shade.
May be made of fabric,
Yes, so they're not permanent.
but nothing in here is saying temporary.
But nothing is saying permanent, is it? So I think that's a question to the commission.
I'm just saying, putting aside fabric, if I wanted to build a pergola that it basically extended from the front of my house, like those awnings, those extendable awnings you see advertised on TV, right, that come out from the side of your house. Could that come out and go all the way out to the sidewalk and cover my entire front yard? It seems like this would allow for that.
It's
And I think if that's the case, maybe we want to somehow add a little bit of,
the way that this is structured is it is allowing
100%
Maybe
coverage
fixed or
essentially.
retractable and shall comply with the following development standards.
Yeah.
So we can do
So
that.
so you'd have to
So-
say
You
that
do
it's
wanna
exempt,
fix this.
so you would have to say that it's exempt from the coverage requirement. So if there's a 25% coverage requirement in the R1 district, LDR district, then would the shade structure count towards that?
When
think-
they're temporary, they do not.
Right, but a pergola or so going back to the pergola or the carport, in some cities, if it's open on more than two sides, it doesn't go towards the total coverage requirement. But I don't think that we define it that way.
So I think we,
I think you have multiple questions that we're trying to get at, and this section as it's written isn't answering those questions, I think is what we're tripping up on. So I think what the question or the discussion the commission needs to be is, what do you want, what are those limitations, and then make sure that the consultant understands what those where you want those limits drawn, so that they can draft that into the.
And if we look into the next section on arcades and awnings, we do get into depth, we do get into some of those pieces. That same structure can be carried back into shade structure. So a pergola, let's say, couldn't have a depth of more than 10 feet. Unless it's over the driveway, it could be 20. So we can pull that same structure forward if the commission would like. This does not speak to temporary or permanent. A pergola is, my interpretation of what a pergola is a permanent structure that is
Yeah.
put on the property. If the commission wants to see the distinction between temporary and permanent, we can break that out as well. But I would just leave it up to what the commission would like to see here and then provide direction to city staff and us on what you would like us to modify.
so my view would be that they are two different animals, temporary and permanent structures. And one of our problems here is trying to determine what to do because we don't define them separately. I don't think the structure should go all the way out to the sidewalk, so 20 feet sounds about right, as Commissioner Malakoff said. So
I guess the question in my mind is if we separate out temporary from permanent, in a practical sense, that means what? Who's gonna enforce whether something's temporary?
Well, I think part of the way of getting around the temporary was to require it, if we require it attached to the primary structure, that's not really temporary anymore. Even if you're attaching shade structures that with posts to your house.
Yeah, but
Yeah, but I'm just saying is if we, let's say we were just to define temporary as a shade sale. Okay, we wouldn't, but if it was defined that way, a shade sale is inherently temporary. Well, then if someone puts it up, like, is code enforcement gonna go around and be like, how, you've had this for too long, you have to take it down? Like, what, are we saying temporary because we only want it to be up temporarily, or because it's not a permanent fixture? I guess that's my
That's
question.
what I would interpret it as. I mean, that's what I would interpret it as.
I think part of the concern too was in past conversations with the commission was having like a temporary easy up pop-up over your driveway, which
Right.
was could blow away, is
Right.
not affixed to the ground. So part of this section was to provide standards that it has to be attached, it becomes permanent, so you just can't have that easy up in your front yard.
But if you were doing a small wedding with 5 people and you wanted to put up a little thing in the front yard, you could, because it's temporary.
I would say that's different because that's for a temporary event that you're putting up an arbor or even a tent that comes down, that would be, I wouldn't see that that's a
That's
shade
right.
structure that's put up
Okay.
full time.
well, what about, I think that the building department rule is if it's over 50 square feet, you need to get a permit. But I'm not sure whether so for a carport that's connected to the house, I would think you need to get a permit. But the connection to the house, if it's not a shade structure for your car, is different if it's gonna be in the front yard. So what happens so are we gonna allow a pergola, which you could buy it completely put together and just set it down, you wouldn't need a permit? And I think a more complicated one you could just build, you would probably need a permit. But would that normally wouldn't be connected to the house and it would look kind of odd if you did. So where would that fit in to what we're talking about?
I think you're talking more about like a yard furnishing. Yeah, that I wouldn't necessarily consider under this.
It's not a
type of
shade structure, even though
It
you can
almost
go
falls
sit in
in,
it?
yeah, it almost falls under the, like a pergola that you buy, say at like Home Depot or Lowe's. I think that would almost fall under like swing set equipment or something like of that nature, but it doesn't fall under the easy up, the thing that you have for the birthday party or the wedding, those are for the weekend kind of thing. Temporary, what we mean by temporary is something that is not long-term permanent.
That you could take with you if you moved.
You could take it with you if you moved. Shade sails, something that might last for 2 or 3 years depending on the winds, depending on the sun.
So, I mean, the real issue that we're trying to solve here is just that driveway issue. Because of the sun, because there are houses that are constructed where you don't have a garage. We need to allow residents to have some kind of shade on their vehicles.
That was the goal, and there was another intent behind that was to not create issues that are going to lead to code compliance.
Right, I mean, and we don't want, different form of temporary, but, they're made of loose cloth that's gonna deteriorate in sunlight. It's gonna look bad. So we just have to find a set of words, and I don't know if we really wanna spend all our time trying to do that here. But the goal is to provide a reasonable accommodation for homeowners in order to be able to protect their vehicles on their driveway. So
That's not a code
if
issue.
we can-
Yeah, that
So
was-
the pergola that I was talking about isn't part of what you're talking
No.
about?
So it seems, so
Our
yeah,
shade vehicle,
In the
Or
front
shade.
yard.
structure.
Do you think you'd be able to come up with some wording for that?
I do, I think we get the intent, I understand the intent of the objective. It's to provide that shade structure specifically for the driveway, how to create an exception for a shade structure, not one that is temporary, we're talking about these can permanently install ones, and creating some language for an exception for that. So let us take that feedback. I'm already having some ideas and we can mull that over. Alright, we understand what your objective is.
Before we leave this page, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
on section 3, I have a question for staff. So grocery stores, on the same page, 324, right above the shade structures, maintenance of shade trees. So a lot of times the grocery stores or chain stores, they'll go in and they'll be there for 3 or 4 years, the trees will grow in really well and have a great canopy, and then they rip them out. And sometimes they replace them with a pencil tree and sometimes they don't. And is there any code enforcement we can do on that? Can we strengthen the language to prevent them from doing that? I once asked a store manager for a grocery store why they do that. They told me that they do that because they don't want the trees to block the sign so that people don't know where they are. And I said, do you really think that they don't know that you're there? And I thought it was a ridiculous conversation, but it happens all the time. So if you go currently between Ramon and McCallum, they've ripped out most of the trees there. So how do we prevent that?
Well, I don't know that we can prevent it necessarily. It always comes down to the store operations and how they do their operations and maintain their parking areas and so on and so forth. However, and we do have issues where code compliance will cite a business. It might not be over a single tree, but we do from time to time get compliance violations that are written for landscape maintenance like you're describing. It's typically not for a single tree. It'll be for several trees in a row that maybe are dying or getting to the point where they're already dead, and they have to replace them. When it comes to the single tree, that one I can't speak to as well. It always becomes when does it trigger a code compliance issue, right? The goal is that they're maintaining the trees, and that is part of the code.
Well,
But we don't, go ahead.
maybe this is a city attorney question. So if the site plan and the landscape plan show a 24-inch box tree in a planter in a certain location and they rip that out, could code enforcement say you need to put another 24-inch box tree with a canopy?
Yeah, they can, but the what I'm describing for you is not, sorry, I jumped right in there, I'm not the city attorney. There's the practical reality and there's the legal reality. And I think when it comes to code compliance, you know, if staff is going out and doing an inspection for something else, we do look at the shade plan or we do look at the landscape plan and make sure that they're, but if we're not out there for specifically for an inspection, if code compliance isn't doing that, then it may not get done from a practical standpoint. Legally, yes, they are required to do that. And if staff were asked to go out and do that specifically, we could require them to replace that tree.
I don't know that we're gonna solve this issue at this particular moment, but I think the feedback's there. I don't know that anybody disagrees with me, but we should do whatever we can to ensure that people keep the mature trees that they have and whatever resources we can use to keep them from ripping out the mature trees. Cause, you know, otherwise you put in a 15-gallon, what I call a pencil tree, and it's not gonna do any good.
Well, I mean, to just real quickly, I think the broader point that can also come out of this is that there's a lot of prescriptive things in here. I mean, just in B there's a whole thing about how, you know, the shade tree should not be over pruned in a manner that limits their ability. I mean, who's checking that? Who's enforcing that? So this code is only as good as the code enforcement that's actually gonna be going out and making sure that people are fulfilling the conditions of approval and the code. So, I mean, now that they have those cars, that hopefully.
We have a situation right now that I've talked to Justin, I was thinking Jeremy, I don't know why. Justin, at the radio station on Dinah Shore in Wishing Well, was conditioned with all of the CUPs that went in there, that they have that mature row of trees to block the interior of the lot. And, you know, the owner of the radio station and the owner of the cell towers are arguing with each other. It's gone to some independent code enforcement panel. So that's a good example of where it's gone wrong.
But I don't wanna get us too far into,
The rabbit hole.
individual examples and so on. If it's not something that we need to change in this
Well,
document,
I'm saying that do something to keep mature trees.
Right.
And I'll leave it at that.
and I think you were heard. Okay,
Unfortunately, this is gonna be one of those areas that you will have some additional staff is gonna be continually working on, so we do have some time to refine this.
Right.
But it's been, I know that was noted in our walking tours, walking through the shopping complexes, noting the maintenance and the dead trees. So something that we've definitely noted and will continue to work with staff on.
yeah, it's been noted a lot of times. I mean, we also did some other tours with city manager, areas where landscaping is not being maintained after the building is built out. All right, next page after 324 is your, you said you had something in
970-040. I don't know what page it is, cause I didn't make note of the page number, sorry.
331.
C3D.
31.
C3, well, 32 actually, because D is on 32.
Which basically says that all on-street parking has to be on local streets. I didn't understand that requirement. 'Cause if you have a commercial area that abuts a residential area, why would you wanna force commercial patrons to park only on residential streets and local streets? Like, normally in cities, you'd have meters on the major streets and that's where people would park, like single parking or street parking. Just seemed like an odd requirement.
Oh, D, on street.
On-street parking spaces counting towards minimum parking shall be located on a local street. So if you had a business on Date Palm, Date Palm's a bad example because I guess there is no parking on Date Palm, but there are streets that could theoretically have parking on.
I think arterials don't have any parking, so Ramon, Date Palm, Vistacino,
We don't have any.
so
Maybe that's
I'm getting
why.
a nod from.
I think the intent here is that where on-street parking spaces are counted towards the minimum parking requirements, that there's a qualification on the street classification
Yes.
where those parking spaces are provided. Parking spaces that would be on a collector or arterial street would not be eligible to count towards the minimum parking spaces. It's ensuring that those parking spaces are in an environment that's appropriate for on-street parking.
Right, but I'm saying, couldn't we eventually have like metered parking on arterial streets?
Well, we could do many
No.
things,
No.
Unlikely.
but
I don't think you're gonna see metered parking on Dave Palm.
That's why I was asking the question, it just seemed odd to me that you would
unless you wanna
require-
make it, flip it and say that they can't be on arterial or, what's the other one?
Secondary.
If you want to establish
That's fine, I just wanted to ask the question, cause I hadn't thought through that we don't ever have parking, street parking on any of our arterial streets, it's just literally never occurred to me. Cause that is typical in most places and I just
Yeah.
never noticed. Okay, so that answers that question.
Okay, my next one's 9:39, anyone before that?
9:39.
Sorry,
9:70.
3:39, yes, I'm a little bit ahead of myself.
Oh, I only have the code section numbers, I don't have the page
Okay.
numbers, so I don't know what section it is.
Yes, I'm sorry, it's 9:70, 070.
I've got zeros,
Okay,
probably. No, I think we may have talked about that
yeah,
yesterday.
cause
Never
this is
mind.
past the fencing
Yes.
section, right?
And, yeah. Okay, so the question was really about item 4A, well, the whole of para 4 really. I just wanted to make sure that this wasn't going to apply to residential lots, because otherwise it looked like we were going to make little islands of non-residential parking in residential zones. So I understand if that additional alternate location is also non-residential, if it's commercial or industrial, but we don't want that to happen in a residential lot.
So is the request to specifically call out the exclusion of the alternative location being in residential parcels?
Yeah, essentially just saying it should not, that additional parcel it's talking about cannot be in a residential zone.
Got it.
Or just say that it has to be non-residential.
Oh, yeah, either way, so. My next one, 990-040, anyone before that? Three, yeah, 990-040.
990-040. I have just a question, I think, 970-160, which is on 345. And I was just wondering, what is a parking overlay and do we have any? I can go over the board, it just mentions them, but I don't really know what they are.
We don't have any overlays, we don't have any overlays, that isn't to say that we couldn't have overlays. So it's a parking overlay area where there would be opportunities like for our shared parking structure, agreement arrangement. Let me look at this and make sure that. Yeah,
So it's if and when there was a parking
If and when.
overlay, it would be exempt from the standards you'd have to apply what the parking overlay standards are.
it's just creating that marker in the book right now. or
Yeah,
the
so it's
marker.
building in a placeholder for future exemptions if you were in a parking overlay area.
Okay. Anyone else before 363?
What section is that?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
We all did
I'm
it
trying to give you
differently.
both references
I
here.
know.
990,040.
I guess
Bad
it's
stuff, but
it's
it
just
doesn't
an
make sense.
FYI, which I think you've heard from us already on 975050, which is page 354. It's just the graphic, just a quick graphic comment. You have the fence treatments, and then you have 4 tiny little
that same
almost
thing.
illegible, rather obscure graphics. It's nice to have graphics, but they're not terribly legible, so I don't know if there's any way
Right.
to
I
enhance
literally
the
wrote,
graphic.
recommend moving the text below the images.
Yes,
so people
yes.
can actually see the example.
Yeah.
Thank you. So yeah, we have, as Brent mentioned yesterday, we have about 41 additional graphics that staff is reviewing. That is one of them. So it's better articulated. What you'll see in the new graphic is it actually shows it shows the example of what we don't necessarily want. It shows a blank kind of wall and then shows distance requirements and then provides those more illustrative examples of treatments that you can apply to them.
Yeah.
I think you'll all be really happy with the new graphics. They paint a really good picture.
I sure hope you transcribed that San Ramon shading graphic, that was very good. You had it in the San Ramon code that you did.
We made it even better for Cathedral City.
Correct answer.
San Ramon who, that's what it is.
That's right.
All right. 990,040, I'll go with that, page 363. And I've got a few items here. A1C, exterior colours shall match the existing primary structure. So I'm thinking, does this actually apply to something like a storage shed? I think it does. In which case, most of those are prefabricated and are grey, white, whatever, and not really paintable. So why are we insisting on it being the exterior colour of the primary structure?
Typically, it's just a design consistency. There's no right or wrong. This is pretty standard that communities put in. Accessory structures need to match. But this was just a draft. This is just something to put out for consideration.
Right.
Because it's also inclusive of, I think maybe what you're referring to are like the 120 square feet,
Yeah.
ones you can buy at Home Depot.
Tough sheds.
We're not really talking about that in this provision. Those are accessory structures that would be beneath the threshold I think that we're talking about. 120 square feet wouldn't necessarily require a building permit from the building department. It wouldn't necessarily qualify as a structure. What we're talking about are those larger permanent,
Right.
if you build a detached garage, a shed, at the time of construction of the main home, we would want that accessory structure to be compatible with the color.
And I think that's perfectly fine. We just need to make sure that somebody can't come along and say, well, you know, his garden shed is the wrong colour. And
Right.
Why don't you change the word match to complement?
So,
And
A little more subjective.
yeah,
I don't know if legal wants to weigh in on that one.
No, it is very common. We see it throughout other cities as well. I think the goal is just to not have like a super random, I picture this house that we pass by when we go to church. It's like a yellow house with like this random red,
right.
like attached structure on the side. So that's really the goal. That's extreme. I don't think that you see that here, but it is a common, you know.
I think we wanna watch the terminology to complement. I understand where you're coming from, Commissioner
That's
Malcolm,
super
but complement is subjective, and if we try to,
Right.
I think we'd wanna remove that.
Maybe it just needs to be, I mean, maybe it just needs to be fine tuned in terms of what exactly you're talking about here.
If
And
we
I
can
think-
say it requires a building permit, for example, then, you know, we
Right.
can qualify it as not being,
If you buy a prefabricated thing like a shed or.
Right.
That's different than building a new stucco shed that matches your house.
And if we talk about what we were talking about yesterday with the fences, right? We came to the conclusion, I think the commission came to the conclusion that when you can see the fence, then it matters. What problem are we trying to solve, right? If it's a visual aesthetic thing, if it's a tough shed that you're describing that you put usually in the backyard, no one sees it except you and your family, does it matter? I don't know, that's a question for you all to decide. If it doesn't matter, then perhaps what you want to include in here, anything that's visible to the public right away, or, you know, to neighbors, that has to
I mean,
comply.
that's,
Yes.
it's not directly comparable, but I mean, in a lot of CCNRs, you find that.
Yeah.
You can't have anything visible from outside, so yeah, that's fine, if we could look at that generally as a point.
Does that work?
We can fine tune it, yes.
Alright. A2, flagpoles. So I was just curious here because I'm looking at residential zoning districts will allow 50-foot flagpole. I'm just imagining a 50-foot flagpole in front of my house. This is more like for a, a store or a whatever. So that seems a little excessive.
Yeah, that sounds pretty tall.
I also was just wondering, does anyone know how tall the flagpole is in front of that auto dealer that's on 111 near the
50 foot.
payphone? That's gotta be taller than 50 feet,
Yes.
right?
No
How
Union
tall-
Jacks
I'm
on
just for
the,
frame of reference, cause these footage.
no Union Jacks on the front yard?
No,
I think
these-
that one's
these-
like
these-
75.
Is it?
I'm guessing about 75.
Cause I have no idea,
I mean,
like I'm trying to imagine in my head, how tall is a 50-foot flagpole? And I'm like, well, what's that one? That's the biggest one I can think of.
Could we not go with something like, maximum of 5 feet above the roof line or something?
So if you put a flagpole in your residential area and can it be regulated that it only flies state, federal, or city flags? Cause I'd hate to see somebody fly like a swastika.
Yeah, but in my
Well,
neighborhood,
that's
there's a
freedom of
lot of
speech.
other country flags.
Yeah.
Yeah, we went through that with signage, remember,
Yeah.
we can't have.
Right now, during the
Well,
World Cup, you'd wanna tell
I
someone they
thought they
can't fly
left
their.
it, well, I thought they left it open that hate speech could possibly be regulated.
We can't regulate it.
Is that-
No, this is the private property, so if you're allowing it, you're really just regulating the structure itself, not the content of what's being.
So I'm just looking for an alternative for 50 feet, which seems excessive, and somebody's gonna do it, of course.
So why don't you do like 30 then?
Well, different residential zones have different property height limits. So I'm suggesting maybe 5 feet above the property height limit.
And that seems reasonable, it doesn't have to be twice the building height, so if you link it to 10% above the building height, allowable building height, or 5 feet above the allowable building height, that makes sense.
Isn't
10
there a
feet.
flagpole in front of the veterans apartments on Landau?
That's a good example, I'm just trying to look and see if I can find one that gives us an example.
You might be able to look up the permit for that. I think it goes slightly above the building height and that might be an
But it
appropriate.
seems within the
size.
context of the building an appropriate height. I
Yeah,
think what you're trying to avoid is, someone in the Cove putting up a 50, because they've got
Yeah,
a
I
one-story
mean-
house and putting up a 50-foot, right, where it looks out of place.
right.
And seeing you've just brought up flag height, that was in my detailed comments that I sent to staff that I wasn't going to talk about today. But I wonder if there's a conflict in this section that we're talking about with 50 feet in page 363 versus page 381. Jump ahead, there's stuff about exempt signs. 91050502, and it says there, flags provided that the pole height does not exceed 25 feet in residential zoning districts.
Oh,
So is there some kind of mismatch here?
Very good.
you caught them out.
Well, that just says they're exempt from
Yeah.
the regulations if they don't go above 25. That doesn't say they
Maybe.
can't go above 25, it's just they would fall under the regulations if they go over 25.
So why don't we just go, we've got that kind of variation in other things, so go with residential height plus 10% maximum.
And just for reference, it looks like the one at Veterans Village is just slightly higher than the building height, and the building height is 2 stories. So say
55 feet.
25 feet or so. So you could either link it to the tallest building on the site, or you could link it to the maximum height.
I like the
Either way.
10%. Sure.
Yeah, and I do wanna point out that this standard isn't necessarily new. This has been in your existing
I'm sure.
code. But what we can do, I do agree with the chair and the commission that we can lower this. I do think so many feet above the base maximum height of the zoning district in which you're in is fair. In a single family, it would be 35 feet if the maximum height's 30. 5 feet above the roof line. In a higher density, it would be higher than that. But you're not gonna get right now, your current code allows up to 100 feet in certain areas. You'll see from across the valley. But you're not gonna get, there is no zoning district in the city that will allow, like, gets up to that height. So we would pull that all down, but I think it's an objective way of handling that, I think we're fine.
And it's linked to something that makes sense.
Yeah.
And I don't wanna I'm going to bring this up. The other thing that may not be in the code is antenna heights, and I think those are another thing, so we.
That is in the code.
They are in here.
Yes.
There was a lot about ham radio antennas.
Yes.
Yes, and I wanna make sure that we've got a logical linkage to that as well, and that it meets the FCC requirements. I just wanna throw that out there now.
So, going to B3, same page, paragraph B3. And this may go back to something Cynthia said earlier about, whether it's visible or not. But I didn't quite understand what we were saying here, that an accessory structure is set back from all parcel lines a distance equal to or greater than the structure's height. So if somebody was to put a gazebo in their backyard, they're typically sort of 10 or 12 feet high. So then it would have to be set back 10 or 12 feet from the property lines. Most people aren't going to be able to do that in their yards. I have several friends with structures in their backyards, and they're at the current 5 feet, I would imagine. I haven't measured it, but it looks like sort of.
The cars are 5 feet, our big, our sheds are 5
Yeah.
feet from the back.
Yeah, I'm not sure why we're going to the height of the structure instead.
That would be difficult with our sheds for sure.
I don't know what the logic is behind that. Can you speak to that? And I don't know if that came out of our existing code,
Possibly.
Yeah, 980-020.
980-020.
I mean, it through the review with the city and through our review, I mean, it's one way of measuring, it's not necessarily incorrect. And so that's why it wasn't flagged for a modification. When we read it, I mean, there's nothing wrong with the standard separation, but I would be open to planning commission recommendation if you wanna modify that, shorten it. Yeah, I mean, it's completely within your purview to make that recommendation to modify that.
I would go with what's currently understood, I think, which is 5 feet from the property lines.
And that's fine.
Yeah, no, and then it would also have to comply with setbacks from a structure. Building code requires setbacks from structures for fire reasons as well, if it's not attached.
Which I think is 5 feet.
Yeah. Or 4, it depends where you're building, but yeah, so understanding has to comply with that as well, then we'd go with 5 feet. Yeah, alright. Oh, this is easy today. My next one is 9100,
I
not
got
sure if
one,
it's 30 or 030, I can't
I got
remember.
one at 990-050.
990-050, go for it.
Storage containers, there's a bunch of requirements for, there's one I think where they have to be like covered. I mean, I should pull it up here. Here it is. Permanent storage containers shall be fully screened and enclosed in compliance with chapter 9.85 screening and shall only be allowed in commercial and industrial zoning districts. So the only two storage container units that I personally could think of off the top of my head is there's one in Dennis Keats Soccer Park, which is neither commercial or industrial, and it's not enclosed. And there's one in Demuth Park, both providing the same thing, which is they're right next to the soccer fields and they provide a bunch of, I think, storage for equipment. So it seems like that is a decent use, I think, for those kind of situations. So I'm just wondering if this should either allow for maybe in parks or athletic fields or something like that, since those are the only two I can think of. And maybe they don't have to be fully screened, because I don't know how you would.
I'm assuming both parks are city-owned parks.
One is Palm Springs.
One's Palm Springs,
Yeah.
but yeah. I mean, it just seemed a little restrictive just because, but
I would have to defer to the city on the allowance of storage containers in parks for equipment.
For city, it's city property.
City
City maintained.
Dennis Keats is, but I think isn't it under the jurisdiction of the AYSO people now? It's like
Well, no,
not-
we have a
So it's
contract
a
for
contract or
maintenance,
something?
but
I don't know about that specific park, but generally when the city or whoever the operator is of the park wants to, they'll have to choose something and they're fairly limited in what they can choose for the purpose. So I would allow greater flexibility.
That's what I'm
to-
saying,
yeah.
yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Just
so I
because it
would
seems
say
like that
yes.
would be an okay and acceptable use.
To
But
allow
on
it
a city-owned property, I mean,
Do you
the city could put a storage container on its
It's
own
exempt.
property,
Oh, cause city owned property.
You guys are exempt from your,
right,
correct?
so in that case, it's my issue.
Okay. You're like, it doesn't matter, you can just tell me that.
Well, I mean-
Which
That's why I'm referring to the
You
city, if
wouldn't-
it's a city-owned park and the city wants to, and the storage container goes in a park, in that case, the city would be regulating itself.
Yeah, that's
You're
why,
gonna-
it's not necessarily like a legal exemption, it's just operationally, are you really gonna issue a citation to the city manager to like the city?
And who's gonna
council?
pay
Yeah.
it?
No,
But I do
but
think-
don't
you
you
might
think
enjoy
that-
that.
But Chair, if I
But don't you
Yes.
think though that if the city would allow itself to do something, it shouldn't then be restricting someone else from doing it on in a private park if
But
a
the
neighborhood
the
had a-
first thing in the zoning code is that the city doesn't have to follow its own rules.
Yeah, so
But I do think the vice chair brings up a good point, if the allowance is within parks, whether it's city owned or it's a private park as part of a
like a
development.
golf course or something,
Do
what if they
you,
wanted-
does the commission want to allow storage container on the property of a park for storage purposes? I mean, I think that's what the vice chair is getting to, right?
Yes, and it seems to me like a legitimate use. I mean, wouldn't a golf course fall under there? What if a private golf course wanted to have a storage container?
It'd probably fall under one of the recreation uses.
But this only allows, well, I guess commercial would be considered commercial, I guess.
Well, commercial would be commercially,
Cause it says it allows in commercial and industrial zones.
Zone districts.
So would a golf course be commercial?
Or residential.
Usually
Not
all of our
necessarily.
golf courses are almost all resort residential. But what I see a couple of things here, so I don't see that it would be an issue because we already have, it also needs to be fully screened and enclosed. So does it matter? I guess it doesn't matter if it's industrial, commercial, park, whoever owns the park.
Well, I'm saying in those two parks, they're not screened.
but I think that part
I
of
think
the,
our requirement is though that it is,
Yes,
and I
so
think that's,
I think the one thing Chair, if I may, wanna raise, if the park, so it's in commercial and industrial, but if the park is located in a residential zone, that it wouldn't be allowed, the storage container. That's where we might hit a discrepancy. Or if you have a park in a mixed use zone, it wouldn't be allowed.
you're right.
So if there is the desire of the commission to allow them in parks, we might have to work with staff if that's to have language that carves it out. It's no longer applying to a zoning district anymore, it's applying
You
to
would
a
have-
use.
You could put number 3. You know, public or private parks. Now, that gives me a little consternation, just because what's a private park? Then we're starting to split hairs. I think it's not serving what we're trying to achieve. I'm trying to come back to
Yeah,
what
and
is the problem
honestly,
we're trying
I'm
to
not, it's not
achieve.
like this is a hill I need to
Oh.
die on. It's just as I was reading through this whole document, what I noted a lot of times were things that seemed new, which existing uses already didn't comply with. Like when I saw things that already created nonconformities, then I was like, well, are we changing this for a reason or should we consider something else? So that's the only reason I brought it up. If we don't think it's an actual problem because I hadn't considered that they were city parks, then we can move on and it's not a big deal.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
I don't wanna spend a ton of time on it.
Okay. The next one I have is 9100 030, page 373. There was just a note here on A9, paragraph RFA 9. It's talking about maintenance of irrigation systems. And again, this is one of those things that's fairly subjective about how well they're maintaining it or when they're watering it, whatever. And I wondered, is there any way to link to the CVWD watering guide, which actually month by month tells people whatever plantings they've got, that they've got to water this amount of water. So is that something we can do, or is it outside of our field of reference?
Well, the CW, it's a policy guide. So I would defer to the city if they wanna reference the irrigation to the policy guide. We do reference in here that it's subject to any state law, which the Moella would fall into that. It has watering requirements. But I think it just comes down to a jurisdiction base. So I would need to ask city staff, potentially even legal, if we're referring out to a policy guide on watering, if that is.
It's also recommended though too, it's not it's not required, the CVWD. Cause I referenced that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like when you if you put in new plants or you put in
Right.
a new tree, you're gonna not follow that.
All of our landscape plans, all of the landscape plans that come through the city have to be signed off on by the water district. So that's why
Okay.
we link directly to them.
All right, then that's fine. My next is on 383. Anyone before that? It's it's 9105060.
Oh yeah, I had a 9105050.
Ooh, okay. What page is that?
Political signs.
82.
Oh, yeah, exempt signs?
I think there is a question about number of signs. Residential yard signs, 1 yard sign is allowed per residential parcel, provided that the yard sign does not exceed 8 square feet. And I just wasn't sure if that also applied to political signs. Cause political signs are referenced earlier. But, oh yeah, this is in political signs, yes, it's in the political signs.
No.
No, it's not.
It's a
Political
separate-
signs is number 8 and this is number 9, so I was trying to figure out if that,
So residential yard sign, that encapsulates real estate without calling out real estate typically. Sometimes you'll also have the yard signs where they pop in, my graduated, we had a baby. It's not regulating the content, it's just allowing that sign to be in your yard.
okay, but then wouldn't political signs also account for that? They're on the same little metal stands and everything.
I mean, we've typically called them out just like separately, not as yard signs, because political signs aren't necessarily in your yard, they could be anywhere citywide. So
I'm just saying, is the intention here to restrict the number?
of residential yard signs,
Yes, so if my neighbor had 12 metal stake political signs during the last election, including one that was 8 feet long, does that violate this? That's what I'm asking.
well, as written, if it was a political sign, it would fall under 8.
Doesn't say there's a limit on this, so I guess that's,
Doesn't. And the thing that we run into on number 8 is,
and I'm not trying to limit them, I'm actually trying to make sure they're not being limited.
And they're
because
not.
That's my concern.
they're not, because the way that I've seen them limited before is 1 per candidate, per lot or property, I think is the way that is. So you can have Joe, you can have Bob, you can have Sheila, you can have all these different candidates. Whether you have 2 or 20 is up to you, but they're limited by size and duration.
So,
But
Going-
here we don't limit them by 1 per candidate.
going back to
Okay.
the legal advice, we were talking about freedom
Right,
of
that was my
speech
concern.
and private property.
Right, so for political signs, it's actually case law, so I haven't run into the facts that you're talking about a certain candidate being limited, so like other cities that we've worked with, I can look at the case law to see if anything has been updated, but what you can regulate is exactly what we are regulating is the size.
Okay.
You know, so everything that is included is fine, but if you did wanna go further, I would need to look into.
Well, I'm thinking more about, are we allowed to say only one sign for one person?
So that I would have to look into, as far as I know, no, that's not the case.
No,
What about,
Okay.
what about signs in the right of way? It doesn't seem to mention that. Some cities
So-
prohibit signs, political signs in the right of way or on public property.
And I believe our sign language, correct me if I'm wrong here, I believe our sign language prohibits signs all from the right of way.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
so
can't put any kind of sign.
I don't know that the language should talk about a political sign exactly, it would be more of, you know, you're
It's a
impeding
sign.
on
Just
the
like-
public
'Cause they-
right of way.
Okay.
The politicians put the signs up in the right of way all the
Yeah,
time.
so
and
the
they-
And that
response
applies-
It doesn't matter if it's massages or,
Yeah,
it
yeah.
doesn't, the content is irrelevant. If it's a
Correct.
temporary sign in the right of way, it's prohibited and should just be picked up by code.
Yeah,
And can you put a temporary sign on a utility pole?
No, that's a snipe.
No, yeah, no attachment to utility poles.
It's not.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
But content, the reason why it can't be content based, so that's why the candidate distinction doesn't work. It's just limiting the size of the sign. If you can't, you just can't walk up to your neighbors and stake a sign. in.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to make sure that number 9 wasn't also applying to number 8,
No.
essentially. And so as long as it's not, then I'm good.
383, page 383, that's 9105060, so it's the following section. And we have paragraph A, number 4, signs which rotate, move, flash, blink, or otherwise animated. So I wanted to check. So are we thinking that covers, where's my note? Full motion video, air dancer signs, and so on.
You're thinking like digital?
Well, digital displays with full motion video running all the time. Is that a moving sign?
That is the intent,
Okay.
Like what the casino has.
that's the intent.
And similarly, the air dancers.
That
Yes.
would
And
also
I
be
put
the-
inflatable tube in.
Well, I had to look it up, and that was the official name
Oh,
for them.
really?
Apparently, it's an
Yes,
air
yes.
dancer.
Yeah,
Air
I
dancers.
literally
like
wrote,
that.
does this
All right.
prohibit inflatable tube in?
Okay, so
It does, but those
I
are
think it's number-
fun.
So the digital sign in the auto center wouldn't be allowed?
Someone else
No,
is saying.
it's allowed because it's just putting up words and then it puts up some more words. We're talking about full motion video.
Sign out by the Coachella Valley rep that is sometimes used to advertise vacancies in the city. They
Yes, it-
flash and show things.
Well, yes, it can show a number of different
That's
signs,
okay.
but they have to be static. Each sign is static. It doesn't have.
Not flashing or blinking.
You'll see in some, you may have seen some digital signage where it has messaging that is flowing, kind of flows over. But then they're really sneaky because in milliseconds, they'll flash it and then it will go to another one. And as you're driving, it really catches your eye. If you're staring at the message, it seems seamless. Out of the corner of your eye, they are able to double stack it, and so it ends up flashing. That's what we want to prevent.
Yeah.
We want to provide the distraction signage. And then get the message, get the intent across, but don't have it be a safety hazard.
Okay.
We're not allowed to mention signs that exist now? Did you say
What do you
that?
mean making them?
Did you, or you said it? Okay, my question is, I'm sorry.
Maybe an example without the title or without
Yes,
the.
without the name
I
of
think
the
that was a
business.
concern.
Across from City Hall, there's a big orange thing on the roof of a business. Is that allowed?
Big orange things on roofs, inflatable chickens and so on are not allowed under
No.
this code.
No, it'd be an inflatable or tethered
Are
balloon.
they allowed under the code now?
Number 15, they're not.
Justin isn't sure.
Justin
I-
isn't sure?
Yeah, I asked him if it was actually in the code right now and he said he would have to look it up because he's not sure if 20-foot high inflatable chickens are allowed or not.
And there also was a question.
23 is the
There's also a question raised by the commission that had to do with the auto dealership. Staff, I believe that's the specific Plan 9953.
Or something.
So they're exempt, they have their own set of
Right.
set of
So they can
standards.
put a big George Washington inflatable on top of their roof.
They have their own set of standards, yes.
Okay,
So we could have an inflatable tube-in district where they were allowed.
I can't remember
No?
what their
Okay.
standard is.
They pump.
Yes.
Okay. My next is 3102, that's 9-110-020,
What page?
3102.
20 pages.
I know, I jumped
A
ahead.
couple things for that.
Is that's all under objective design standards?
3102, it's
Yeah.
section is 9-110-020. And I was just, paragraph A, item 2, subsection D. Where is it? Have I got the wrong page number? Item 9, sorry.
9?
A minute.
Metal siding.
God. Metal siding.
Yes.
I was just surprised that we included that because in a desert, I can't imagine why anybody wants to put up metal siding.
As an exterior product,
Yes.
it's a common architectural feature.
We talked about it for a fence yesterday.
Well, yeah, we did corrugated metal sheets for fencing, but it seemed like it just seemed like an odd choice. It's fine.
I don't know where we are now.
And then
I've seen use of this in more of an acid wash, rusted, the actual name, what's the,
You might, I mean, I know you're nodding as well.
There's insulated metal panel siding as well, that's a common industrial application.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
I was thinking more of transfer of heat into the building, but if it's insulated, I guess it's not a problem.
I have something for 9-110-020 as well. but we
Okay.
can't- there's something about the step backs for step backs and recesses, it's on page 3-99. It says that there needs to be a one minimum 5-foot step back on floors above 3 stories in height. So that would mean you'd have 3 floors with no step back and then a step back. I think it should be 2 floors and then a step back. So I think it should happen at the third instead of above the third, because I think potentially 36 feet in height is pretty tall to go before you have some sort of step back. That's just my opinion.
I have two general comments about 9-110. One being that this draft, is this being rewritten or is this, it's just graphics that are going to be in here, but the text is not changing?
Well, that's twofold. The text can change as part of this meeting. There are additional graphics that are gonna be put into this section that clearly articulate more of these standards. But if there are changes in text you wanna see,
This is
No,
one of
it's
those
not.
sections that is not being
Rewritten.
correct.
Because I think when we did the presentation on it, there was a section for commercial uses, but that's
that has been removed.
But there's still a mention of it in the very first sentence of the section,
oops.
which I noted. It says for residential.
What's that?
Are you under where?
Objective design standards, whatever the first page is, one of these tabs.
It's page 395.
Oh, it's a 9-110-010A. I think, yeah, the commercial developments in the first one, that needs to be struck.
And then the second general comment that I've said a few times in my submitted comments and you've heard here is it's really critical for this section to have a lot of helpful graphics like the Palm Desert example we went over, and I'm sure you're working on that, so just
I believe there are
reiterate
41 graphics.
I would say majority of the 41 graphics are
Are here.
objective standard graphics that show recessing, show landscaping, show step backs, daylighting, the conversation about the CMU block walls.
Graphic for the step back.
Yeah.
Vice chair, we have one for that as well.
And then
So I,
shading.
O2O A2F, which is 3103.
Yes.
Reading glasses, I'll be blind after. At the top of that page, minimum fenestration, each facade shall have a minimum of one window or entryway. It seems like one window is not enough. We're talking about exterior walls. It says a minimum of one entryway shall be provided for 100 feet of structure facade. It seems like more than one window. If you had 100 feet, you could have just a door and only one window.
Yeah.
Like, I noticed those apartment buildings that are on Cathedral Canyon, just south of Ramona. Can't remember what they're called, that have been under construction for a long time.
Yeah.
Okay. When you see the south side of that building, there's like hardly any windows and it just,
What might be a better metric here, what, just like we have a per 100
yes,
feet
exactly,
is
that's what I'm thinking.
for every, it doesn't mean that you have to stagger them every 20 feet, but for each 20 feet, there shall be one window, windows can be placed.
Yeah, I think said every 20 feet or something like that, on each floor maybe, and again, they don't have to all be stacked, but. I'm just saying they could be designed differently, but
I
Otherwise,
think the
you-
metric that staff brought up is one that we can implement,
Yeah.
it works.
awesome.
all right,
Bigger the space, the more.
any further comments for Division 3?
Oh, I have a question, I noticed that we prohibit glazed or painted tiles as a roofing material. What is the difference between a glazed tile and the Spanish tiles that we all have, unless we're prohibiting those?
I don't think those are
They're
glazed.
not glazed,
So what's glazed, what does that mean?
it's shiny,
Certainly.
it's got like
It's a
porcelain.
baked on coating that they bake on
Okay, alright,
during this ceramic curing process.
and painted tiles would just be decorative tiles?
Essentially, painted tiles will also would have maintenance issues too.
Anything else for this division? In which case, I am going, in which case I'm gonna recess the meeting for 10 minutes and we will then resume.
5:27.
Are we muted?
Apparently not.
We're resuming after short recess, and we're going to start looking at Division 4. Would like to introduce that?
Sure, okay.
There's a lot to division.
So we've talked about zoning districts, allowable uses, the development standards within those zoning districts. We've talked about general standards that apply citywide regardless of zoning district. Now Division 4 gets into the specifics, and it is standards for specific land uses that are listed in Division 2. So within this section, we cover topics such as accessory uses, ADUs, home occupations, timeshares, mobile home parks, etc. Now, this section does have several areas that are required under state law, ADUs, density bonus, wireless, under federal. But a majority of these are actually location specific to Cathedral City. So if you have an opportunity to look at other cities that have standards for specific uses, there'll be a whole host of other uses that are specific to that location. Within each of these sections, there are sets of development standards, performance standards, and it varies. So the Division 4 that's in front of you does reflect prior conversations with Planning Commission during study sessions. I'll hand it back to the chair if you have any questions through the process.
Thank you. Just for anyone who's watching the video, in our previous meeting yesterday, we talked about a matrix of a Excel spreadsheet that was provided to the consultant. So we're not going through that point by point. Cynthia just reminded me of that. But we're asking commissioners to pull out the items that they feel still need some discussion. And so we are going through parts of the document, but we're not going through every page. Okay. I have page 4.8 would be my first one. That's 9130020. Anyone before that?
Is there, I read in the draft firearms, but I don't see it here. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I read in the draft that there were standards for gun stores and firearms, and I think it got taken out.
No, it's you mean the retail use.
I believe it might be under retail sales restricted.
Yeah.
Oh,
It is a 9130-140.
okay.
All right. Well, let me start on 4.8. Yes. This was just a note. So current policy, and I want to make sure that's still reflected somewhere, which is that we don't allow driveways from arterials for things like drive-throughs and so on. Is that still reflected somewhere? So Starbucks, for example, the new Starbucks had to build a slip road.
Secondary road.
Yeah.
Yeah, yep, that should be in here. As I mentioned yesterday, it is also the draft code, I apologize. The draft code is still subject to review by engineering and public works, so hopefully if there's anything that
Okay.
nuance that they will still catch that.
I didn't see any language that suggested that, but if it.
You know what, I'm looking through here, I'll look for it as well.
Okay.
Doesn't that, I mean, I guess I'm just asking, doesn't that just naturally increase the cost of development and also increase traffic through neighborhoods? I mean, what is the rationale behind that?
It's to minimize points onto a arterial road. So you have to have you call it a slip road, but slip
Yes.
road?
Yeah.
A secondary road. So there's only 2 points of access to access 5 pad sites. Right? Neutral Core Center, I think, is a good example of that. So there's 7, I believe, sites, but they only have 2 access points. So the developer has had to create an internal network, internal access road for that. We
Right,
have
but I'm
a-
saying that internal access road takes up a lot of space that could have actually been developed as
Yes,
usable
because
property.
we want we want to use points of conflict or intersections along the arterial road as possible.
Right, but can't you just have a driveway to an intersection that goes into a parking lot?
Well,
One
into
for
a,
every contact point.
so into a parking lot, but not into the drive-through of the
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I thought you
So
just meant
we don't want
into a
traffic backing
development.
up onto
Okay,
the
got it.
arterial.
Yep,
Yeah.
got it.
Okay.
Chair, if I may.
Yeah.
City staff, do you know the location of where that access portion is located in your current development code?
In the current development code, I don't. I can look it up,
Well, that's okay, I mean, you can take a note on that.
but I think you're talking about something different from how I'm understanding. You're talking about the access for a drive-through, so that they can't take directly to a drive-through, not what I was describing here with a secondary road.
Well, they had to build that because the Starbucks was on the end and they couldn't have Starbucks directly off the 111.
And that was the point of clarification, I just wanted to, I didn't know if that standard was specifically a drive-through standard that the city had, or if it was a generic access standard that's applied to development.
And I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay,
I think
okay.
that is because I'm thinking of all the other ones that we have, and I don't think any of them directly access.
But we can go back and ensure that
Yeah, check with city engineer, I mean,
of course.
Can I ask something about D, if you're still on D there?
yes.
So D1 says, basically the purpose is to allow drive-ins and drive-throughs sales in conjunction with a primary use.
What page are you on?
It's the same
Forward.
page. For eight. And I'm just wondering if there should be a required minimum primary use.
Can you expand on that?
So if you, could this theoretically allow a restaurant that is, for all intents and purposes, only a drive-through, and the only space that exists inside is just enough for the workers who service the drive-through?
Oh.
Like I'm saying, should we, if the drive-through is in conjunction with a primary use, what if that primary use really doesn't exist in all practicality? It's, you know what I'm saying, like there's enough for one person to stand inside and.
Like a Java Hut.
Like a Dutch Bros.
Yes.
A Dutch Bros doesn't have a seating area, it has a walk-up window and it's just a drive-through is all it is.
Right, so then at that point, there is no primary use, so I'm just wondering,
But I assume the kiosk it would still be a primary use. It may not have indoor seating, but it's still a eating, drinking establishment. It just may not have seating associated with it, so that would still be a primary use.
Because I don't think the intent is to eliminate kiosk uses, sort of like a Dutch Bros or a Sonic, or Sonic's out here, that type of thing. But it is confusing when you have it through drive-through sales in conjunction with a primary use.
cause it makes it sound like there's another use, like there's a restaurant inside, like the Starbucks, right? You can go in and sit down and they have a drive-through, the drive-through is
Yes.
accessory
Or like if you're going to a drive-through pharmacy, it goes with a
Right,
drugstore.
exactly.
It could also, I mean, I can think of one where there is not a primary use. I don't know if you have these here, I assume you do. Where you'll just have an ATM in the middle of a parking lot, but there's no bank.
Have those.
Yeah, we're
Yes.
we're
Okay.
doing one.
So that would, to me, there's no primary use there, it's a floating ATM, in most cases, the bank's not even there. I think of that as the distinction.
Yeah, I guess I didn't realize that the Dutch Brothers didn't have any inside, cause I don't wanna pick on them, in particular, but I guess I was just trying to ensure that we're getting
Primary use.
a primary use without potentially just allowing a lot of drive-throughs that don't allow someone to go inside. Especially if we are trying to build a more walkable, you know what I'm saying, like, are we potentially if there's no minimum, then.
And I think, well, yeah, I think to your point, you'd have to establish some sort of a minimum for what that primary use is, because if we look back at the Dutch Bros, and I haven't actually been to the Dutch Bros, but what is the minimum size? Because if we eliminated that and it was only a kiosk, so what am I?
I didn't know that's what that was. I couldn't think of any real world situations where that was happening.
Well, I
so
think of like a Sonic, I don't know if we have those here, I don't remember.
We do, there's a
Yes,
Sonic
there's a
on
Sonic.
Tapon.
Okay, yeah,
It has a drive-through and a drive-up.
Yeah.
yeah, and so they're normally a drive up, but they also know how to drive throughs, so but they don't have a restaurant in them usually.
But even
You
the
could sit down in front of it, though, they have a seating area.
even the example of the standalone ATM, we've seen that as a land use. So you have a bank, but the standalone B of A in the parking lot on its own, not attached to the bank, would be a standalone use, that's not considered a bank.
Well, didn't we require the credit union to get a separate CUP for the drive-through? That's,
Yeah, I think the drive through
it's
is what you.
detached from the bank, cause they couldn't make it work. And it was a CUP, but it wasn't a listed land use, I mean.
So I think the question for you all to discuss or to decide is, what do you wanna allow? How big of a primary use do you wanna have? Do you wanna have just a standalone drive-up kiosk ATM teller? Is that something you do want? Or do you wanna have these drive-up restaurant uses that we have here? I think that is a very common business model, to have just the drive-through restaurants. Some of them have drive-throughs on both sides. There is no restaurant associated with it, so I think.
In-N-Out does that.
And you're starting to see that Starbucks models are just a kiosk with two baristas and a small pod, I'll say, and then the drive-through on each side. There's no sitting down, there's no interior.
They call
place
that the
you sit.
Starbucks Express.
It's, yes, something like that.
And the reason I ask this question is as we're looking at one of the issues or one of the challenges that we have with land use in the city is we have an expansive parking. And I think we have a lot of opportunities. Good, I'm not saying it's good or bad, but we do have a lot of opportunities for a lot of these sort of kiosks, side-by-side kiosk spaces to go into some of those parks. They're lined up just perfectly. They take 3 parking spots and they've got their little, or maybe it's 4 parking spots. They take their small shop and they drive through on either side of it. And so people can come and go and get their whatever it is, coffee or soda. It's a very popular format and we don't see that necessarily slowing down.
Well, the bigger issue.
I've never encountered what you're talking about. I've never seen it. I have no idea what you're talking about, honestly. I can't even envision it. I don't.
I go to one in Bealton, so in Santa Barbara County, but it's literally just like a coffee hut in the parking lot and it's 1 or 2 baristas and people just come in and walk right out. There's no seating, no anything, it's just.
Yeah,
So I
and
think
it might not be common here in Cathedral City, but
Even in LA,
I mean, I can probably list 6 of them within a mile of where I live that are just single pods or huts, and you
Yeah.
just have drive lanes on each side.
So I don't want us to get too stuck on this because, we all have our favorite coffee points. But,
I think my
The-
concern is just that we already have so much land dedicated to drive-throughs.
Right.
Do we really wanna potentially take parking spaces which could have businesses that face the street and become a walkable district be full of drive-throughs that now
Well-
that land's been used and no more possibility
Well, I
of
think the
having a
bigger,
walkable
the bigger issue,
corridor.
the bigger issue that you and I have discussed and that some people have commented on, and I've heard from the community, is that exactly what you're saying is some people think that we have too many gas stations, car washes and drive-throughs. And, I don't know that we could just say, they're not allowed, but we can have a higher design standard for them if they are to come so at least they look good. But I think for the single kiosks, we have to think about what the market is and what people in a different demographic may like. I think that, these express drive-throughs for Starbucks and other, not Starbucks, but for coffee or for other things are the way the market is going. So I don't know that I think we need to think about that. But if we wanna follow what the community is saying and not have as many drive-throughs basically, or gas stations or car washes, then shouldn't we have enhanced standards for when they do come in so that they look good? The city of Indio on their 111 reimagination, that's what they did. I mean, they have like 5 pages of standards for their CUP for drive-throughs for restaurants. And they're not easy to do, but you can do them, but you have to do it the way they want. So we need to decide, do we want higher standards? How do we want to limit the amount of drive-throughs and gas stations and car washes that we have? So in reading the section, the only one that has any location requirements is the gas station. And it's the same requirements that we have now, that you can't have more than 2 per intersection. So let's see what the vice chair thought about that.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine, I don't have a problem with increasing the standards, I guess
I can't hear you.
I don't have a problem with increasing the standards. I just am concerned that 2 years from now, every available space that could have been built out is gonna have a drive-through on it. And once that happens, we
Do you
can't
mean a
have anything
drive-through
else.
or a little kiosk?
No, I mean a drive-through of any variety. I mean, that seems to be the most common thing we get. I mean, this downtown area, I'm not saying anything bad about the Starbucks or Chipotle, but that could have been part of an eventual walkable district, and now we have 2 drive-through restaurants there. And now that those are built, that we will not have something that would have been more walkable. And again, I know people like those places, but
And in
I'm just-
3A, that's exactly
Yeah.
what they carved out to do for that specific area,
Right,
which
so I'm
is
just-
unfortunate that they
I'm
did it.
just saying, is there any way to ensure that we're on some level at least getting a sit-down restaurant when there's a drive-through? At least maybe in some zones or in some areas or something, like what you were describing sounds like it does make sense inside the middle of a parking lot, an already built parking lot, but maybe not in new development, I don't know.
Well, and that example that I gave, it's in a rural place, there's 2 places that I'm aware of that, very familiar with that, Farmington, New Mexico, which is not a big city, Danny might, or Chairman might be familiar with that, and then also Durango, Colorado, another small area. But I think the point that you're bringing up is not only is it gonna take up parking spaces, but with the mixed use incentive overlay that we hope we get here in front of you all soon, if that space is occupied, does it then preclude an application from coming in for parking that might have experienced redevelopment? So I think that's a good question to consider in tandem with what you're asking. Ultimately, it's up to you how you'd like to do this. I think you don't have to necessarily decide what those standards are. That's what we're here for. But if that is the direction that you do wanna go, hey, we want to limit or we wanna raise the standards on this, you
Yeah.
certainly can. And you could even just say, you know, double, I don't know what you would call that,
double
double-ended,
lane.
double lane, you know,
Well,
to and
so-
from.
And I think there's a few ways, just to the vice chair and the chair, there's a few, I mean, you can limit where drive-throughs are allowed through the allowable use tables, certain zoning districts they're not permitted. You can limit the amount of lanes that a drive-through facility can have. I mean, if you think some drive-through restaurants have double, triple lanes, it just depends. You can increase the standards, as what was mentioned in Indio. You can also prohibit them moving forward. So there are cities in California that do not allow drive-throughs anymore. And when the market and the demand is there, restaurants and stuff will come in. But that is a big political thing that the council will have to make. There's an economic development thing. I'm not in favor of either side. What we've heard from the public is, and on the opposite spectrum is, well, we're a hot climate, I don't wanna get out of my car. So there's lots of competing opinions, but there are lots of ways to approach this. So I think what would be beneficial to hear from the commission is some guidance, Chair, on how to move forward with this specific section.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing in terms of economic development. And this isn't something that we can put together a standard in the next 10 minutes.
Right.
This is something that deserves a proper discussion in staff. And so I hear the same comments. I mean, I think we've all heard those comments. All we seem to get are coffee houses or drive-through restaurants. So I think the idea of putting together some higher standards for those types of application are appropriate. Now,
May have a
just-
template from Rich from
just-
India.
yeah, just remember that, for example, we only recently had a Dutch Brothers. Dutch Brother has 2 drive-through lanes. They have one seating area. It's outside. It's not inside. So nobody's going to sit there. And Palm Springs is just looking at a triple drive-through by Home Depot for a Chick-fil-A. So these developments raise a lot of political questions, and I don't think it's our job to make policy. That's the job of the city council. But I think we can propose some more restrictive standards to really sort of increase the drivability of the city, the walkability of the city, and also to make these things look better on the street. So that's where I would be, I think.
So higher standards for drive-throughs. I think that's what I'm hearing.
Can I ask one follow-up question in regards to higher standards for drive-through? Is there the desire to limit the amount of lanes?
I don't see the need for a triple drive-through. I just.
Because higher standards, I think we can do that. I just want to.
I don't wanna see a triple drive-through. I don't even know that a double is all that necessary.
Right.
The Dutch Brothers now is not a double. Somebody said it is. Or is it a double because there's 2 lanes that merge into one?
Yes. So I would personally say, if you want a higher standard, you have to lessen the number of lanes to begin with, because otherwise it's turning into just a huge traffic problem and a knock-on effect to local parking. So I would say, drive-through is fine, but single lane only. So that would be my starting point.
Well, and there's something in here in D or 4B on the same page, if you scroll down, I think, that the stacking area, a minimum of 8 cars for food and beverage related drive-throughs. I don't think most of our drive-throughs have enough space for 8 cars to stack, unless they're in a pre-existing parking lot.
Yeah, this would apply to any new.
Yeah, but I'm just
Any-
saying that I think that already is a standard that's a higher standard than we already have, right? Because I don't think.
Yeah, but here we're saying, well, yeah, but you only get one lane, not something like the Chick-fil-A with 3
For sure,
lanes.
but I'm just saying, I think that there already are some higher standards is my point in here, and so that's a
Oh,
good starting
yeah.
point
Right.
for looking at improving those standards.
I think we can definitely take a look at expanding the standards and limiting lanes.
Good. Okay, my next point was on 413, it's still the same section, oh, no, it's 9130.030. And it was just a point of clarification, if you look at the top of that page, it's actually in paragraph D,
Page are you
number
on?
8, it's page 413.
413.
Single family lot, it just suggests that items 1 and 2 under A are additive, and I don't think they are. So it's either or, isn't it? Or is it an and? It doesn't really need an answer right now, I just wanted to clarify it in the
Yeah,
code.
is it an or
Yeah.
can you have 1 JAU plus and under 800 plus and over 800, or?
we can go back and double check that language.
Okay. Okay. I have 414, E7. Oh, that's gone, sorry. 415, 913030.
Oh, you went past all the home occupation stuff.
Did you want to
I
stop
did?
it? Hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, because I've got a gap in my, where did you want to be?
9130 is that where you were? Is it before where you were?
That was before 413, yeah. What page are you on now? What section did you see?
It's 91301000.
Oh,
We're
home
not there yet.
occupations, 423. I think you're ahead of me.
Yes.
Oh,
You
okay,
are.
then keep going. I
Do
can't
you
tell
wanna-
it from the.
Do you wanna go in order, or do you
Yeah,
want?
I'm going,
we're
we're
trying
trying to go through
Yeah,
the book
so-
in order.
Does anybody have anything before page 420?
Yeah, I have 415. So I just wanted to check G5 on 415. I'm assuming that also applies to where are we? Yeah, applied to detached as well as attached. G5.
It's a this is deed restriction on JADUs.
This is just for junior accessory dwelling units, which are built with inside,
Oh, okay.
so it would be, it's not even, I guess it's kind of attached, but it's a unit within an existing home.
Okay,
It's the only type of ADU that a deed restriction is allowed.
okay, good. Well, I'm fine till 421 then,
419,
419.
419?
913060, bed and breakfast inn, which is kind of a definitional type question as to, do we have any of them, what are they, do we permit them, and then also, based on the definition that's written in 8.6, in the definitions section, how does this differ from a short-term rental? Cause it says, an establishment offering lodging in a single unit residential structure, short-term stays of less than 30 consecutive calendar days. So I'm not sure, is there some, do we have them, and is that a conflict with our short-term rental ban?
Well, let me just comment on the short-term rental bit. There is part in our legislation or in our ordinance, there's a definition for a home share. A home share is a short-term rental, but the owner of the property has to be present throughout the stay. And so you can get a home share license, and that's available in any residential.
So bed and
zone.
breakfast, the person should be there.
They do live there,
Yeah,
it's
right.
And it is a requirement of 913060F, on-site management property owner shall reside on the property as their primary residence during all stays. B&Bs also serve food, so there's a food component, but only serve the people that are staying in the home. And it's a B&B is almost like a hotel, just on a small scale. So it's different than a short-term rental where you're renting out an entire house typically, or an accessory structure, but yeah.
As I say, we define short-term vacation rentals with 31 days or less would be a short-term vacation rental. And then the home share was added because there are people that want to rent out a room for Coachella weekend, which they charge $1,000 a day. So, you know, that they still require a license for that for a home share. It has to be
Right.
So bed and breakfast is a slight extension to that, saying they also have to prepare breakfast, I guess.
Yeah, typically B&Bs have food involved. Now in most communities, B&Bs are limited to historic homes. So you do find that in other areas. You're not gonna find your standard tract house become an Airbnb, not Airbnb, become a B&B typically.
That's fine. Okay?
Yep.
Alright, 422 is my next one,
420.
420.
So car wash is another one of the ones that we get a lot of complaints about, that we have too many. On one hand, I think the market should determine how many we have, but should we, the vice chair was saying how a lot of auto repair and car washes, she doesn't see them in Rancho Mirage. And I think because they're on larger lots and they're set back. So do we want to have a lot requirement that at least be on a quarter acre and that it'd be set back 20 feet or something like that? So that they fit into the shopping centers that they're in a little bit better?
Yeah, I mean, when I was reading through these car wash standards, the car wash that we use the most does not comply with almost any of these standards.
Yeah, so the reason why is because the planning commission in our last meeting where we went over these standards said these need to be expanded,
Yeah, I
they need to
agree.
be better. So part of this was, you'll notice a lot of these are new, so there's a lot of objective standards dealing with site orientation, design,
Yeah.
noise, hours of operation. We had a long conversation about hours of operation in an environment like the desert. Are there specific items in here that,
No, I think these are good.
Yeah, I like this
I think
section.
that's why I was like.
Do you wanna have like a minimum lot size?
I mean, I don't know what minimum, I don't feel like I'm qualified to weigh in on that particular element of it, but I did like the screening and the,
What happens if the car
Setback.
wash is ancillary to the gas station? I didn't see that was kind of addressed, so like on the corner of Ramon and Date Palm, there's a gas station and then it's just like a very small car wash. How does that fit in with the regulations that you've done?
Doesn't that come under ancillary uses again?
I don't know if it's,
there was somewhere in here.
service,
it's not really an ancillary use. It's,
Because I think the standard should still apply, whether it's ancillary or accessory to the gas station or not. The standards that do apply, but if you're talking about lot size minimums, I don't know that a lot size minimum is huge value add to the proposition, but I think that these standards that you have here should also apply to anything that's attached to, say, a gas station.
May make a recommendation that we add just an applicability statement to this, and we just state that it applies to standalone primary land uses in addition to ancillary accessory car washes. We could add that as like a new B, and then B would become C in that line item.
and don't get me wrong, I think this is a lot better than what we had. I guess, and I don't know how the council will look at it, but if you look at the comments that we got in writing and what people in the community say, they just don't seem to like car washes and gas stations. I think we have too many of them. Do we want a location requirement that they be set, a certain distance apart?
Do we have any car washes there? I mean,
We have a bunch of car washes.
no, but I mean that are close to each other.
So do you wanna make them like,
Seems like they would.
they have to be 750 feet apart?
I think they all are at least 750.
That's what I'm saying, it seems like you wouldn't have a car wash located too close to another one because they would be.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's self-limiting in the
Yeah,
in the
unlike
case of
gas
a car
stations
wash.
where people
Right.
might have the side of the street or something.
So it
Let's
sounds,
also,
so it sounds like we're good with the section as written.
Yeah, I think
so.
these standards are,
we should
Much
remind
better,
ourselves from time to time that this is a living document, so
Yeah.
if we start to see problems,
It's a dynamic
it can be amended later.
It's a dynamic document.
and to the chair, we can, in the vehicle fueling stations, there's an accessory uses or combined uses, which talks about convenience marts and all these things that are tied to a gas station. We can cross-reference the car wash
Ah.
and say that those standards of the car wash apply if that is an accessory use. So,
Yes. I go to page 421 just for a note, because You see on item 10, it occurs in other places too. We have mention of the commission, we also have mentions of the planning commission. Neither of which are actually defined in section 8, in division 8, so I'm assuming those are the two are the same thing.
Page 421.
421, yeah,
Number 10.
item 10. And I
Should
think,
s-
I
It
think if
should
you
say
check through the
plan.
document, the planning commission and commission do occur, but they're not defined in the division 8.
It's defined elsewhere in the administrative, but we can definitely define it in division 8 and we should add planning in front of commission intent.
Yeah, well, I only raise it because the director got in, but we didn't get into the definition, so I thought we should be there too. Anyway, all right,
Should that, just a question of clarification,
Yes.
should that be in the administration section or
It
in the
is. It is.
Sorry.
But if we're calling out director and definition, you could call out the other two, yeah.
Just being consistent, I think
Yes.
is
I'll take him out.
Director who?
Okay,
The director and their designee.
422, any offers on 422?
Mostly state law.
This is a. It's 422.
What section,
I
Chair?
think actually that one is already done. So, my next one would be 433 in that case.
I've got 424.
Correct.
Home occupations, number 3, in rented unit, I do not understand why someone who's a novelist would need to get their landlord's approval.
I can answer this one,
Yes,
cause I know exactly where this came up. This came out of a planning commission meeting.
did.
Yes, it did. It came out of a planning commission meeting that rental units, if you're in a rental unit, whether it's a home or whether it's part of an apartment complex, the home occupation should get the approval of the landlord before the home
That might have even
occupation.
been me, now that you say it.
It was.
Yeah,
Was it me?
It was.
Well, that makes absolutely no sense.
But
Cause now I'm looking at it from the other side, cause I think I was thinking about it from a different
So-
type of home
So
occupation, right?
here was the actual discussion, which was that, they can have somebody working there. And so if you've got an apartment building with
Correct.
20 apartments,
Right,
and
okay.
everyone
That
becomes a
makes sense
home
in that
occupation,
context.
then you've got 20 people coming in.
But
I think again, go back to the practical reality and the problem that you're trying to solve. Are you regulating to 90% of the population, or are you gonna regulate to the exception? I think your job is to really think about, okay, how are we adding value to this document in general, or are we regulating to some crazy exception that may never happen?
yeah, I mean, and I think, do you want people to pay their business taxes or not, right? So anyone who's self-employed essentially has to get a home occupation permit to pay business taxes, isn't that accurate?
I think that's accurate, yeah.
Right, if you work from your home, so anybody, I mean, that would mean there could be whole swaths of the city where landlords said no and people had nowhere to live. I mean, anyone who's a creative, a writer, runs their own PR firm, all those people could potentially have nowhere to live because the landlords wouldn't allow it, so I think that's too restrictive, so maybe. I mean, I would just say to remove it unless we were gonna say that if you were gonna have an employee, you had to get permission from the landlord, if that was the concern. Where
That
we
was the
talk about the
concern.
number of employees that you can
I
have in
think
that
it's, I
section.
think it's still a reasonable concern, and I understand, we don't have that many huge apartment complexes in
Yeah.
the city anyway, but I think it could be disturbing if you are looking for a nice quiet place to live and you've got all these people running businesses with employees coming and going.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, is maybe we move it to the employees where we have the restriction on the number of employees.
But
Home occupation.
but if you live in a rental unit and you're gonna have a home office, I think you should get permission from the owner.
Home office is people are working off their couch. I mean, I don't know what
Yeah,
home
I know,
office
but if
is.
you're gonna run a business out of your home,
If you're an actor and you live if you're an actor, you should have to get permission from your landlord.
you don't need an HOP for that, but if you're gonna run a business out of your home and get a city business license, then you should get the permission of
I
the
guess-
owner,
I
cause
guess I don't know then what fully qualifies for home
But
occupation.
any other
I thought
application-
if you were self-employed, that you have to get a home occupation.
Oh, I think there's a
No,
difference
well-
between like someone who's working from home, like if someone's working remote, but I think someone who's self-employed or runs their own business, like you shared, you do website design
Yeah.
from home, that's a home occupation, right? Is it realistic to try to get the permission of the owner of the property? Because I think what it does is what if you decide that you're quitting your job and you're going into retirement and now I wanna run a consulting business from home. And I've done this and I've been living in this house for the last 10 years, and I go to my landlord and say, hey, I wanna run a consulting business, and they say, nope. What does that do?
That's what
I think that gives a, again, I'm not trying to get you to regulate to the exception, but what kind of veto authority are you giving away to someone who maybe doesn't have we're already regulating home occupations to a point where are they really gonna conflict with the property owner?
but every other city application requires you to get the property owner's signature before you submit the application.
Different land use
But
things.
this is
Right.
a
But
list,
the home occupation
home
permit
oc-
says the director can actually authorize a visit, because when I actually got mine, I was like, oh, is someone from planning department gonna come out to my home? It actually says in there that that's. So I
But
mean,
this
I
is
think
a
if there
land
was a
use.
concern, like, that it was gonna be
but this is a
disruptive,
land,
it could happen.
it is a land use, it's land use in a residential area, and if
But
I
it's
own the
associated-
property, I should be able to tell people what they can do and not do.
I think my stance on it is that if someone is renting a place, you know, and I have neighbors who also rent and I think both of them actually run home occupations or work from home. And if their landlords decided they would be out of a place to live. And I think that there's an equity component here that I think needs to be considered. And that's what I think I'm trying to urge you to consider is that
I'm
there's
wondering-
nothing necessarily unusual to the use, right? It's still a residential use. It's a home occupation that's allowed in a residential district. It is already spelled out in the land use code. Getting an additional approval for that might be onerous, it might be overreach.
So I've got my home business, I make beautiful bracelets and I sell them on Etsy. And so that's my home business. It's a legal question. So can my landlord put in my lease that I can't have a home business?
You can contract for anything. Yeah. So the landlord can set out the terms of the restrictions.
So
But I just I don't know that we wanna go that far, right?
No, we don't. No, my point is that if the landlord is concerned about, our original discussion was other renters may not like what's going on. Well, the landlord's running a business too.
Right.
It's this big building. And if he doesn't like what's going on in the building, he should be able to manage that issue himself.
Right, he doesn't need the city to protect.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think I agree with you. Well, I agree with you now, but not with
Well,
you.
and I think that if there was if the original concern was about employees, we had something, right, that you could have you could have an employee in here, or one employee. So I think if we were gonna have some sort of restriction, it could be tied to if you have an employee coming to the.
It could, but then I'm gonna stir the pot a little bit here. But then my question would be, the one employee, is that no different than having another occupant living in the house coming and going?
Yes, I'm
That
not
was-
fighting
that-
for it, I'm
that
just saying
was-
if that was the concern.
That was the discussion when it came to, if you remember, as part of that, the planning commission meeting, we talked about deliveries. Well, what's the difference between Amazon
Yes.
and DHL? How do you start to regulate what the delivery is? I would almost see this as the same thing. So
And
I would say, I would recommend
We should-
either keep it in its entirety or strike it in its entirety, not differentiate between whether there's an employee.
Right. And let's just strike it.
I agree.
You have to learn to.
No, I agree to strike it. I've
You
changed
have
my
to
mind.
stop when you're winning.
And then the other,
So you're not.
I was just trying to address what you said.
So we're saying though that if you live in a rental, that you don't have to get the owner's.
We're just striking
Right.
the whole thing.
Now, when we come back for the planning commission hearing, if we hear that,
Then
where
I
was
change
that?
my mind.
And
I
then we have
will
to say,
not
that
change
was
my
you
mind
who said
again.
that.
I will not. But I have two more in this section, which I don't think were things that I asked you to add.
Sure.
I hope not. No, I know this one isn't because I've never agreed with it since the beginning. So the outdoor storage of machinery, supplies, materials, or merchandise is prohibited. I don't know why if you, as he mentioned, make jewelry for Etsy and you've got a shed outside, why you can't keep your beads in the shed, like why are you?
It's not in a shed, it's literally outdoors, outside of a structure.
They'd get wet.
Okay, that's not clear to me at all.
Yeah,
'Cause I've
outdoor,
always read it as you couldn't put stuff in a shed.
no, I mean, unless staff sees that otherwise, when I think outdoor storage, I think of exposed out, like,
Yeah.
This is as if you're running a landscape busince and you've got all your mowers and equipment.
Oh, okay.
But-
Literally, I brought it up before and I didn't.
But I do think you bring up a valid point, Vice Chair, that language, we could probably
Yeah.
clarify that a bit more, so that when not just you, but
Yeah.
somebody else reads it, they don't get confused by the term outdoor.
Yeah, because I always thought that's what it meant. And then, okay, on the next page for 35, 25, multiple home occupations. I'm guessing this came out of the same conversation.
Sure did.
It wasn't me though, was it?
It wasn't, it was,
Oh,
well,
you're not-
you were part of the conversation.
So I guess
Part of
I
the
just wanna make
concern
sure
was-
this doesn't, so I don't understand why one of the two, if there's more than one home occupation, why one has to be an e-commerce or online business. Again, if someone's a writer and their spouse is a PR person, like that's not allowed, but if one of them runs an e-commerce business, which, I mean, I don't know, it just seems like why. I don't. This is-
I think the idea is
Ask these
to
guys.
like limit the threshold before, because the purpose is still to retain it as purely a residential use. And what we don't, like, we're trying to toe that line between that threshold of it no longer becoming residential. So I think for us, when we start identifying like a multitude of potential home occupations, when does it tick the line into now this is a commercial operation? And so for us, setting a threshold of keeping it specific to an occupation that necessarily wouldn't require customers. If it's purely online, you just have it at a
Right.
desk. I think that was the route that we were going, to try to set that limit so you're not having a multitude of home occupation land uses that are allowing additional employees coming in. Elevating
Okay,
the
could
conflict
we
potential.
maybe say virtual businesses or find
Instead,
some other way to just describe it, because
what word would you propose to change?
I don't know, but I mean, I wouldn't describe myself as having an e-commerce business or an online business, even though everything I do is online and related to e-commerce, but I don't sell products online or really sell services online. I sell services by the phone,
I mean,
by
it could be
email and by
virtual, it could be virtual, remote, e-commerce or
Yeah, maybe
online, you can
remote.
expand what that
Yeah,
list is.
Yeah, I think so. Because again, like if someone was a consultant, like you said, they're doing business mainly by phone, they wouldn't fall under here, but I think they would be just as minimal of an impact.
City staff, any thoughts on the addition or expansion of that language?
I don't think I have any thoughts on that, but I do have thoughts on the other language in that, number 11. More than one home occupation may be considered by the planning department, provided. And then, given what standards? So, it either meets the standard or it doesn't meet the standard. Why are we inserting the planning department into a decision point here? Do you see what I'm asking? I don't know that that's necessary. Either it is or it isn't.
So you're saying remove 11?
No, I'm just saying that more than one home occupation may be allowed, provided one of the businesses is e-commerce.
Oh, okay.
Why couldn't you
Removing.
just, if you have an existing home occupation for an e-commerce business and let's say, you wanna be a consultant, why not just modify your home occupation permit instead of getting a second?
No, I'm saying if two people, if you've got roommates or a couple
Spouse.
or spouse or whatever, and again, the easiest thing I can think of is one person does PR from their home and the other person is a consultant, right? Like, I'm just saying, those are both remote, no one's likely to have customers coming in, like, they're, and neither of them are e-commerce or online, so it just seems like a.
Well, does it matter, then I'm gonna one up that and ask, does it matter if the same person has multiple home businesses? I make bracelets during the day and I
And a
make
lot of people
sweaters
do
at
that
night.
now, or they, a lot of
They're
people have
multi-gig
multiple-
workers, right? I write songs and
I'm not gonna up that.
I mean, theoretically now, according
Smart.
to the law, right, if you drive for Uber or Lyft, you're an independent contractor. I don't agree with that, but I mean, that is the law, so those people are technically, shouldn't they have a home occupation permit? If they're,
yeah, I think
Contractor?
you're talking about a different kind of,
okay.
different kind of
Well, I guess my point is, there's just
They're not
many
working.
people have types of jobs that are not.
Chair, do you mind if I make a recommendation?
Specifically.
I would be delighted.
I think we can add some language to expand, so it's not limiting, as the vice chair is discussing. I do wanna go back, Cynthia, was there a recommendation to remove the planning department as the consideration and just have it be more black and white?
I think, yes, I think it just implies that the planning department or planning staff could say yes or no to something. Just make it objective.
Okay, that would be my recommendation,
Okay.
if the commission is good with that.
So my next is 433. Anyone before that?
Give us the code numbers.
Oh, 433, that is 913120.
Okay, let's get something higher than that.
Okay. Page 433 then, where's my favourite topic, RV parks. We still haven't done a trip, we should do.
I know.
Anyway. 15A says electrical service, and it says it's going to be required. So my point there is that later in this section, we should prohibit use of generators in the RV park. If all are subject to a hookup, generators just create a lot of noise and nuisance. And so therefore, we can prohibit them.
Okay, so prohibit generators.
I have the next page, 434, K1. This is the only bit where I was kind of unhappy with the redrafting, because we have all these now non-conforming parks. But we've got in here definition, or it says what they formerly were: rental park classification, ownership, membership parks classification.
Can you
Because
clarify
those-
the page you're on, please?
I'm sorry, 434. And we don't actually have those defined anywhere. So this is not a useful reference. I think what we need, all we need to do is to put a table in here that says, De Anza Palm Springs, where it is and what it is now under the new code, and just list it as non-conforming if it doesn't meet the requirement. But referring back to the old classifications when they're not in the document is no real use.
Yeah, and I think we kept the classifications because the conditional use permits, which are still on file, had have those classifications listed and there's specificities per those classifications that make those legacy parks what they are. That's why we kept that in.
But if we know where those are, do they need to be in code? And that's the question.
Yeah,
That would be up to the city whether you want to keep that in or not.
I mean, all of those documents will continue to exist in planning. Yeah, we've got those
Sure,
archived.
we can do that.
I just think it makes that section clear. Okay. And yeah, I think that clears up my other point on that page as well, so I'm done with that page. 438 would be my next one. Anybody before that?
I have comments on 438 also.
Oh, okay. Looks like you can go. Go.
Well,
Yeah, go ahead.
So on 438, I wanna preface my comments with I'm not a Second Amendment martyr. But I don't wanna see the city get sued either. So my questions are based on more like how to avoid a lawsuit. So I just wanted to put that out there first. So it's my understanding, like the Supreme Court, when they take these Second Amendment cases, they want as few hindrances to buying a firearm as possible. So can we really require a conditional use permit? Wouldn't we have to just have distance requirements, which we already have? So do we, I don't mind the CUP, but it seems to me the Supreme Court has kind of said that that's a hindrance to gun ownership.
So I think that's two different things we're thinking of. The CUP is more of like a land use zoning restriction, and then anything that happens within the gun store, being able to purchase it, that's what the Supreme Court says that the hindrance
So
can't be. Like you can't, I know California has different laws and I don't know the exact process to walk into a store to like purchase firearms, but if you wanted to go to Texas and just like buy something, right? If they tell you, well, you have to wait 3 months until we get this background check, and if you have this,
we're
we
not
have to-
regulating that, I'm just talking about what land uses we can
So that's
have.
what I'm saying, I think it's two different things,
So
so
you
the
don't-
land use part is something that we're concerned about, what happens inside of the operation, that's the hindrance that the Supreme Court is talking about.
So there's no restriction when it comes to a use permit for firearm
Firearm
for firearm
operations,
sales.
yeah, sales.
It's not for firearms purchasing, it's for
It's for the
selling.
land, mhm,
Yes.
yeah.
I
Is
get that,
there-
so
is-
then why is it that you can't require a CUP for a First Amendment issue on an adult use?
It's not free speech.
What?
That's not free speech. Gun sales isn't included under free speech.
But
It's not a
would it-
protected
the
land use
C-
either.
The CUP, if you required a CUP for an adult use, you're not preventing what's gonna happen inside, you're regulating the land use, just like you would with firearm sales.
But for legal, I would just ask legal, isn't the point of the Second Amendment is the right to actually bear the arm, but it's not, it doesn't have to deal with, it's not the sale or purchase.
Right.
But what we can do is legal is taking a review of all of this for state and federal compliance, and we'll make a note to highlight this one in particular, just to make sure that we double check that.
Then on page 439 in the same section, would C fall under a land use, or would C be more of a restriction on the sale that you have to make an appointment to buy?
I think I might be on what page are you on, I'm sorry?
439 C, saying that you have to make an appointment to buy a
Sale of
semi-automatic firearm. And
Next
again,
page, there we go.
and again, I personally, I don't have an issue with it, I just don't wanna see us get
Sale of a
sued.
semi-automatic firearm requires an appointment.
I think if you had to
So wouldn't that be,
make it for all
wouldn't that be
purchases.
regulating what goes on inside?
We should remove this standard.
Yeah, we're gonna review the standard, but you know, the initial impression is just that you're regulating how it's like is the adult use, right? Like maybe there's like a limit in the occupation of that adult store. We'll look into that aspect, but that one, we'll flag that one in particular.
I think C
I think
can
it-
be removed.
Yeah,
Because the state of California has stringent requirements on purchasing a firearm, that
And
we don't need to
get
necessarily get into,
involved,
and
yeah.
I think that has a way of conflicting potentially with
Yeah,
the state
and
reg.
then just, you know, B, section B, does that raise red flags to you legally? That you can't put them in
Display.
the window?
I'm gonna double check, cause so it's kind of similar to like the cannabis operations, like our cannabis ordinance doesn't identify every single regulation that is required of each business, right? We kind of refer back to state law, so if there's a law that's in place to kind of regulate some of, I'm assuming these are concerns that, you know, from either the commission or maybe we've had this previously, I'm not sure.
And I pass by a firearm store every day in Palm Desert on my way to work. I won't say the name, but their windows are blacked out.
Yeah, so we'll look, cause it might, a lot of the codes that I see, honestly, they do come from like California Code of Regulations, like it's there. So I'll just double check that we're not conflicting.
I just
with
wanna make sure that we don't, you know, just, I'll say it one more time, I don't want us to get sued by some zealot that's just looking for a fault in our code. And that's all I have.
I'll just go back to 438 again, so previous page. Just a note, item B at the top there. No person under age 18 may enter the business. And then all employees shall be 18 or older. But I thought the limit for sales is 21, and what is that?
This smoke shops.
Smoke shops, isn't it 21?
Yes.
So if the limit is 21, then I see no use or purpose for somebody under the age of 21 being in the store or working there as an employee.
I think you can be under 21. You have to be 18, but you can be under 21. Just like alcohol sales, they can still be sold by someone under 21. They just can't be consumed,
There's be more than 18 though.
but they have to be more than 18. So that's why 18 and not 21.
Well, I know that in some jurisdictions, cities have opted
To go to 21.
to go to 21.
I don't know that we have, I'd have to look in the municipal code elsewhere, but I don't think that we have.
Okay. All right, well, it's a minor point, but I'd like to discourage people from handling the cigarettes if they can't even smoke them, so. However, moving on. 438 is my next one. Oh, wait a minute. No, we just did that, I'm sorry. 430. Oh, I don't have anything until 446.
Okay, I have a couple.
Yeah.
9130150, which is on 439. Just a general question about this section on senior housing that is called out senior housing. You know, in A it talks about providing housing and or personal care, so there's no requirement to have personal care in this section. But I was just wondering in general, when we list things like parking spaces, minimum 10%, handicap and so on, are these requirements special to senior housing compared to a regular multifamily?
Yes.
They are. I was just wondering, I didn't check to see if there's any difference, I'm just interested in knowing whether there was a difference. I don't know if I want to go here or not, but anyway, 9130160, which is page 440, section A2, talks about separation requirements for sexually oriented businesses. And it just reminded me, if I recall correctly, we've had discussions on other sorts of businesses about how close should they be and should we just let the market decide and things like that. So we're specifically saying for this particular type of business, there's a certain distance. And the one that came to mind for me, because we did have robust discussion on it, and I think in the end we didn't do anything about it, was the cannabis business and shops and things like that, and I just don't know whether should we suggest separation requirements for other businesses such
Well, if you
as
take out,
cannabis?
if you take out the separation requirements, then you're gonna get a lot more of them.
Right.
And they tend to wanna come here, based on when I worked here, they love to come here. And with our separation requirements, they're very limited in where they can go. So, I think I understand where everybody was coming with cannabis. I still feel differently than y'all do. But you know, we made a decision there. But with this, I think we've had these requirements in the code.
I wasn't suggesting we remove separation requirements, I was suggesting should we revisit separation requirements, for example, in
For cannabis? Oh, well, I put it out of my mind when we discussed it before, but
I would say no.
Just throwing it out there.
But,
Some get the restrictions, others don't.
in section
Not
one.
quite sure how we make that call.
In section 160 though, a quick question. So in chapter 4, that goes along with 930, 160, do you still have to do the inspections? Cause those were awful to do. Speaking as somebody that had to do them.
Code enforcement, wouldn't it?
No, it was planning, had to go with a police officer. You know what it was like to go to Showgirls at 10 o'clock on a Saturday?
I can honestly say I do not know what it's like to go to shows.
I can honestly tell you I know and I shouldn't.
You were working at 10 o'clock on a Saturday, that's my question. Alright, so let's look into that and find out, I don't know, unless there's a practical necessity for that, I don't think that we can take that.
It used to be in the 930, 160, but if you don't have to do it anymore and it would just be a code issue that somebody would complain about, I think that's better, cause it really was, you had to go and measure the lighting and you had to check all sorts of things that I don't wanna go into, but it was really an awful task. So if you don't have to do it anymore, I think that's good, but whether, okay, I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, more.
My next one is 9130190, which is 445.
445, go for it.
445.
It's to do with timeshares. 9130190. D1, and it says timeshares shall have a minimum of 50 units in the development. And my question is, at present, if I'm not mistaken, we have an active, ongoing CUP for what I think is a timeshare development of 20 units. So now we're saying 50, does that mean that 21 is specially handled and from here on
The code's
there
not,
can only it will be 50 or?
code's not adopted yet.
I'm wondering why we have 20 right now and we're going up to 50.
Well, if this was adopted, wouldn't it just make that non-conforming use? I mean,
Well, they would be pre-existing.
yeah.
I think he's just saying if there's
If a
if
future
there's a
one.
market for 20, why
yes,
are we saying the minimum
exactly.
has to be
Where's
50? Where did that come
I
from?
know there's one behind Target and then there's what used to be Lawrence Welk and that's it.
CCBC
The CUP.
has changed some of their units to
Well, the-
timeshare.
Oh, the 5-story, did they?
No, they came to us and asked if they could
But
change some of the
that's a-
rooms to timeshare.
And my point is, we have one for 20 and at this point, we're saying no more can be that small. You've all
Right.
got to be bigger ones than that.
Yeah.
So
This is a comment that we've received from the owner as well. They were asking where the 50 units threshold came from. I don't know. I think that's a discussion for staff and the consultant. This is a number that we can choose. And if we determine that our timeshare projects are smaller than what we may see in other communities, that we may want to allow for more boutique timeshare projects, then perhaps that number should be.
I just think if we have one under consideration for 20, I think that
Yeah,
could
do
be
we
a
really
threshold.
care that if it's 25 or 50 units?
I know it's in here,
think we
which is
care
reaction
about
to
The reason where the 50 came from, is that there were comments in the beginning of the process that that were to limit the use of timeshares within the city. So it's a use that we don't wanna see continue expanding. Part of the way to do that is to increase the amount of units that are needed for a timeshare. That is where the 50 comes from. But if it's the commission's desires to lower that, we can do that. Again, it's an arbitrary number
One more
that
time,
was
why do we wanna have the larger number?
the
Stop
lar-
the proliferation
It makes
of
it
them.
more difficult
it makes it
for someone
difficult to
set
have
up
a timeshare, cause if you're needing 50, that's a larger project, where smaller is more, you can get more timeshares in.
I understand that, but what
The revenue the city receives on a timeshare is different than what we receive on a hotel.
Okay, I understand that.
So
That's all
that's where
more.
that 50 comes from, but if the commission would like a different
I
number
guess
than
it just
50,
seems like if you're gonna set a minimum of 50, that could end up having the opposite effect, where you would end up with more because you'd have larger timeshare
Yeah.
buildings. Whereas if you had smaller boutique ones, you would have fewer.
What's
I-
what's the
If you take the
revenue?
limit out, it doesn't make a difference, because if there's a market for one that has 50, it doesn't matter, it'll go in either.
But so going to the other end of the scale, we have a potential issue, which isn't really a timeshare. And I think the city manager is probably still looking into this. But that's the Picasa shared ownership model. And that's as close as we get to the short-term rentals that we've already banned.
Mhm.
And so having small timeshares pushes towards that model.
So I can address that in part. There actually is a threshold by the state that must be exceeded for a project to be considered a state under the property rights. Anything 10 or more than 10, that's considered by a timeshare by the state. Anything less is not, it's not regulated by the state. That's why you see the Picasso projects, again, we don't have any here in the city, but typically they're eight shares. So they're under the threshold for a timeshare project from the state.
Well, and that poses a problem for us because we still don't want them in the city. And they're a shared ownership model, whereas timeshares are owned by typically a company or an individual, and they rent out, essentially, they rent out a scheduled week or whatever per year to somebody who buys that interest. But they're not buying any interest in the real estate.
So how does it work for the revenue, I think revenue is a big deal, we wanna make sure that revenue streams continue. Now, my brother doesn't own it, what was Lawrence Walk, but he traded for what he has in Fort Myers, Florida to stay 2 weeks at Lawrence Welk.
Yes, that's a timeshare.
But he still had to pay for it, so did the city get their TOT from that?
Does the city get TOT from a timeshare? I don't know.
No, sounds like no.
But he still had to pay money for that.
Well, I mean, that's.
But okay, so there was no TOT revenue from
Right.
that.
I just want to
Not
make
to
the
the
point that if we have something that's already on the way with 20, I think this should reflect.
So you're
At
like it
least
to
that
reflect
number.
20.
It doesn't seem fair that we have a different number in here from what something we're actively considering
Right.
now.
I would disagree with that because, something may already be approved at a certain level and you have to change that standard for a good reason, then that just becomes something which is
I feel-
non-conforming.
But
No.
Mr. Chair, isn't the big issue that we should look at for this particular policy is there a revenue stream that we get from, timeshare complex that would be 20 versus one that was 50? Does any money come in from a timeshare? None.
They're not.
And you were kind of implying that you thought it was something that we should not have too many of in the city?
What I'm saying is, if we drift into that lower end, then I don't
Well,
want to
we already
encourage the
are.
Picasso.
Okay.
But we
model.
could, so there are some cities around us that have banned both timeshares and Picasso stuff, but we could say we just restrict any sort of, I think, what are those called, they're not joint ownership, what are they called?
It is a
That's
joint ownership.
Joint ownership. I mean, they are distinct from timeshares, so you could ban one or the other or both.
Well,
Some
yeah,
cities have done, we're not gonna.
Fractional.
it's a legal issue of how you can ban a joint ownership but to get back to the timeshares and this 50 number, I mean, I'm not opposed to reducing it.
And we've heard it's an arbitrary number anyway.
But if we're not getting a benefit from it, I just leave it alone.
Can I make a point, Chair? I think there's two routes. I'll try to align us back on a track. One route is to lower it to 20 to reflect a current application that's in by a property owner who's going through the process. That's one route, to reflect that that's on the ground. The second route would be to keep it as is, because that application's in process and it wouldn't preclude that application from going forward and getting approved. It would be a legal non-conforming essentially. So I think those are the two routes for commission to decide, unless there's a third one, Cynthia, you could think of as eliminating the number together. But I'm trying to give us lanes to choose from, cause I feel like there's lots of different.
Yes, I don't have an additional lane to that, but I have an additional question for the commission as they deliberate that. If you have an application that was recently decided for 20, why would you raise the standard at this juncture?
That's kind of my.
I think that's the question that's churning in my mind. At this point in time and not back then. You just, anyway, I think it becomes a question of perception. I don't know if I'd call it equity.
That
I
might
see
not
where
be
you're
the
going.
right word,
I see
yeah.
where you're going, I like that.
Chair, if we can have some direction on how to proceed with this, this would be great.
Well, it sounds to me
Difference
like,
of opinion.
it sounds to me like I'm not hearing an argument that says it should be 35 or 40 or whatever. So, are we saying that the current code says 20?
No, so you have an application in now which is 20 and we're proposing 50, so the Commissioner McPhail is recommending we lower that 50 to 20 to recognize the application that is currently going through the
No, I
process.
think
And
he's,
so that others
well,
can-
yeah.
And that would
Others
that would
can be
allow
treated the same.
others
Yes.
down the road to also.
But do we currently have a limit in the code? Or a minimum?
I'd have to go back and look at
I
it
don't think
specifically.
we do.
But part of the limiting discussion was based off of prior planning commission discussion was limiting
Yeah.
timeshares
For
in
sure.
general.
For sure.
So that's where that came in.
Just keep it the same.
Well,
What do you
we
mean
don't
the
have a
same?
limit at the moment, so.
No, I mean, keep it the same as what's being proposed.
Which is
Oh,
20?
50.
Oh, or 50.
I say 20.
I guess I to me, it seems like if we're gonna set a minimum of 50, we're actually encouraging more timeshares, so I don't really know how setting a higher unit threshold accomplishes what the goal, if that was the goal, is.
Yeah,
So, seems like it's easier to build 10, 20 unit ones.
But I think you're right there, you're hitting on the point, it's easier to build 10, it's easier to build 20. You can build 10 and 20 and 10 and 20, and you're gonna get more that way than
I see
you are.
what you're saying.
That's
okay.
the intent. That's the rationale why we went higher.
I don't
But-
think people necessarily
But
But then
More,
you've
I
got
think
more
we have a
land use being
high
taken up by timeshares.
And then where are timeshares allowed? I mean, you have to go back to where they're allowed in the city, which is limited.
Yes.
So
If
I
they're
will-
limited anyway, then in where they can be built, then I would say that I agree with you.
I don't think
on
people
20.
build them,
Okay.
they convert them from a motel. Like the
well, not necessarily. Right,
Condos a lot of times they're.
to move us on, we have two commissioners are in favour of keeping it at 20. I don't have really a position either way, so I would say that we should go with the 20, move past that. If that becomes a problem in the future, it can be changed, so.
and if it is changed at that point, it's not gonna affect the application that is going through.
so there we go.
Alright. Okay. Next item,
I got something on the next page.
page 46. Okay.
46. I found a number, okay, 9130-200C 3 A and B to be confusing. So it says an SB 9 2-unit residential development may only be approved if all non-conforming zoning conditions are corrected. then it says the correction of legal non-conforming zoning conditions is not a condition for approval.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
So it's like you're saying they have to be they have to be fixed, but
It's not a condition.
but we can't deny you approval because you haven't fixed your legal non-conforming. Am I reading it wrong? I've tried many times and unless the difference is the word legal.
We're checking something right now.
This is just existing language.
Let us go back and confirm with legal on that. I don't want us to stall.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just
But
wanted to
we can
point
go
it
back
out,
and
cause
check it.
I just thought maybe I was reading it wrong or there was but
Yeah, we'll confirm that.
Okay. Anyone before 450? 450. Okay, I just suggest we delete the language in B1 on page 450. Because that condition no longer exists, and we talked about this at a previous meeting. There are no used car dealerships in that definition, so it's just redundant.
Those 3 are gone, or whatever it is, 2.
yeah, I thought I had to see that.
Then just in general, but this really goes to shade and other things, but thinking about dealerships, I wonder what we can do about the fact that they've got very large areas of asphalt, a lot of parked cars,
Mhm.
and a lot of heat there. So I don't know if we can actually establish any shade requirements for them, because in part, the big parking lot is actually the showroom too.
Well, I would argue that the shade section doesn't say that you can't require that for that business. I mean, shade would still be required, it's a commercial business. And I have seen car dealerships that solar their lots,
Just like a parking.
just like a parking lot,
So
just
I
like
so I would say that the shade provisions that
would still.
we're recommending would apply to these land uses.
Already, okay. That's good.
Going back to the first part of number 1, before you get to the uses that aren't there anymore. So wasn't the whole point of the first sentence that you could only go on Ramon Road so that you would protect the auto dealers?
Yes.
So if you delete that whole section, you
Not
could,
the whole section, I'm sorry. It's the part that says used sales enterprises operating as of January 1st, 1996. So it's
so before that, you
that
keep
sentence.
it.
Yes.
Okay,
So
good.
it's-
I'm sorry.
Starting with-
I didn't mean
Sorry.
to confuse you.
Yeah, sorry.
Now I
Yeah.
understand.
Thank you, cause we had that marked for full.
Oh, well, I'm glad then.
That would I sat in that meeting, that would cause a whole thing,
Yes, that
so-
would be
Oh,
pretty
we would
ugly.
have had the auto dealers here storming the council.
So thank you for catching that.
For
451.
Chair, can we
Yes.
just clarify, we would strike further
Yeah.
all the way down
it's,
to,
It's that
Exhausted?
whole sentence basically.
I think you got it right.
Oh, no, further than that, because it's,
Well, I think
It's
it's,
operations
the point
cease.
with the word further down to the end of the paragraph.
just wanna make sure.
Then you're just keeping it,
Yeah.
saying
Yeah.
that you have to go on
Yeah.
Ramon Road.
right.
Thank you.
And
Get rid of
doesn't
that
it,
highlighted part.
451. We're into fueling stations here, and we have a definition, and I wasn't quite sure why it's done that way, but to my mind, the fueling station covers gasoline, diesel, LPG, and EV charging. These are all fuels. And we call out things like diesel as being a separate requirement. And I wasn't quite sure why it was split out that way.
What letter are you under?
Let me see here. think it's A. 220.
So you're 9/130/220.
In here, G. Sorry, yeah, G. Sale of diesel fuel or liquid gas, diesel fuel or liquid program may be sold if approved in connection with the site plan. I don't know why that was separate.
Isn't diesel built into most?
Yeah, I mean, I
Gas
don't know any
pumps.
gas stations that don't have diesel.
Yeah.
It was just carry over from the previous code.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to rationalize that.
We can strike the diesel fuel. Now, propane, you can have the sale of propane, which is separate.
Yeah, you mean like for
Yeah.
gas grills or whatever, like when people
You
get to
can.
fill up, yeah.
Right.
Or they
That
may have
is
a
the only
propane.
place, that's
Yeah.
usually where people would go.
If we were to keep that, I would strike the diesel in the front end. The sale of propane would be an accessory.
And you can strike the comment I sent you regarding 9130220 vehicle fueling stations, because I was saying you need to put more in here about EVs, but your definition of vehicle fueling includes EVs, so that's
That's what
why.
we're finding industry wide is they're having separate, like, I'll call them fuel pumps, but they're not fuel pumps, but they're EV pumps that look like fuel
Right.
pumps. And they're part of gas stations now.
Is there language in the section that relates to the ancillary uses that you're gonna add?
The ancillary uses, like a car wash.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier.
Yeah,
That-
9/130/220B is accessory uses. We're gonna modify that to allow car washes and then refer back to the
D
car
or
wash.
D is in dog?
B is in boy. Talks about restaurants, convenience, food markets.
I think just generally in this section as well, the other thing I was concerned about was generally we have canopies over the gas pumps, the gas and diesel. But if we're gonna have things like EV charging as well, I'd like to generalize that and say that all fuel dispensing stations need to be covered.
Okay,
And we had a public comment yesterday that talked about those kind of structures and how in other cities they've put
Well, it used to be a requirement that
requirements for solar or green or something to make it
I
just.
think the comment had to do with green living roofs,
Yes,
is what was mentioned.
yes.
But the canopy is kind of a requirement in most cities that it be connected to the building and cover the pumps. I don't think that you can just have pumps out in the open. They're usually always under something.
Right, but I think what you're asking, right, is that they also be required for
Yes,
EV, so that EV
absolutely.
people aren't just out.
Yeah.
But I mean, do we,
I understand what the chair is
Yeah.
asking for.
So the
that they're
EV
covered.
pumps would be covered too?
Yes.
yes.
But what about the EV pumps? Well, but, okay.
Alright,
I did just wanna mention, cause if we're gonna add something in here about the car washes. The car wash section specifically says you can't have a service station in conjunction with a car wash or service station like stuff that can't be done at a car wash. But a gas station could theoretically have a car wash and a service station.
I think because that's the car wash is the primary use, where the car wash in this case is not the primary. It's flipped. But we can go back and,
I just wanted to call that out as there could be.
yeah, we'll go back and double check that language and we can work with city staff on that.
alright, I don't have anything,
On the covering of a fueling station, if we are talking about LPG, I think LPG in the prior code may have meant something different than what we think about in terms of propane filling.
Sure.
We don't have LPG fleet vehicles anymore, but a lot of communities, a lot of cities had those. We made a push for LPG filling probably 20, 25 years ago.
right,
It's all but obsolete in terms of a fuel for a vehicle. Propane filling, though, I think is something that we still see in a lot of areas. I have never seen a covered propane filling station. That may be something if we're talking about covering gas, diesel, EV, putting that in shade. I think that's well and appropriate, but we may wanna check building code requirements for a propane tank and propane filling itself to make sure that we're not contradicting the zoning code and the building code.
We could always just refer to the building code and find some language like that.
Okay. Anything before 463?
Before you move on to the next section,
Yes.
could we just do two things? One is a time check, and then could we also make sure that we make space for a public comment? We did receive a public comment electronically.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And Chair, before we move out of this section, I know Vice Chair Mead brought up a public comment from yesterday that had to do with the canopies, and I just wanna we kind of glossed over that, and I wanna make sure that there is a commission direction to look into that, or just to go beyond. There was the
Yeah, I
discussion.
mean, I think that whatever we can encourage solar on roofs that are already almost always angled to begin with. You know, I mean, now all residential by law has to have solar, right? So it seems like their roofs are perfectly designed for that.
Okay.
So
Anything,
anyway,
anything before?
anyone else agree? No, yes, no, should
Well,
we?
Are you talking
Are you
about shades,
proposing
like parking shades, or what are you
I'm
talking
saying
about?
that if they already, if we're requiring them to have a shade structure, should we require them to have solar or it on those?
That's a bigger expense for the person.
Yeah, I suggested an incentives, if there's some
Or an
way-
incentive?
Yeah, the other day about parking.
The only time that I've seen an incentive used for the covered parking was not for reduction in parking spaces, but it was for like a one-for-one replacement of what would have been like shade tree coverage. So the community I'm thinking of specifically, they had a specific shade tree coverage for their parking lots, but they had an exception that said if you were to provide a shade structure that had solar, then that would qualify for the same shade coverage that a tree would. That's how that community justified it. That's where I've seen it most used for a trade-off like that.
And I think what the public comment yesterday was talking about was that fueling station or gas station canopies, their recommendation would be to require solar on that specific use on the canopy or living roof, right? Not necessarily to cover the parking.
Yeah, no, I wasn't talking about parking, I was talking about the ones that are over the gas pumps, that's what I thought he was saying.
Correct, so that covered canopy that
Yeah.
they were talking about, a requirement to have solar on that, that's just part of your code.
All right. Where are we? 463
Are we
is.
doing a time check and a comment?
Well, yeah, similar. Well, I'm hoping, I don't know, how many more comments have you got for this division?
The division, 2.
Yeah, I thought we were probably running towards the end here.
Yeah, these aren't really important, this
No.
I think is,
One
but-
actually, sorry, one.
Okay. Well, let's see if we can get through those two and then we'll.
Maximum 3, I would say.
Would others like to take a break now? We can.
I
I would say finish
finish
a
the
few more
section.
comments, I would
Yeah,
get through
and
this
then
one
let's-
and then allow the public comment.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree.
All right. So 63. I was just going to mention on the top of that page there, number 4. It's another one of those terms, excessive concentration, and I don't know what excessive is.
Right.
So, if we can come up with some
Which page is this?
page 63.
I'll probably have to defer to city staff, it's in the cannabis regulations 9125.040.
Oh, I'm on 63.
It
just
uses the word excessive concentration.
Yeah.
As part of number 4.
It says, shall not, dispensaries, the issuance of a conditional use permit to the applicant shall not result in add an excessive concentration of dispensaries.
Right.
I don't know what that means.
I think it's subjective and open to interpretation. There's a case by case basis for each CUP, and that determination can be made based on the findings presented in that case.
Nice to have a
Okay.
metric.
On that same page, further down, A2 under 125.50 A2. I think all this distances should be increased. I'm surprised those distances are still that small. You can have a cultivation within 300 feet of a residential zoning district. I thought we increased those with the,
So this was modified to equate resort residential
Yes.
to all other residential zone districts. Council was presented with alternatives and they elected to maintain the other standards, these standards.
so 300 feet of residential, that's really what we're at? And 600 feet of a school daycare?
That actually went from us to them as a recommendation.
Okay, it seems really close to me. It seems like it should be much higher based on the amount of complaints that we get, but okay.
Okay, other points for this division, then we'll go to a public comment.
I have one more, but you do yours
I have
first.
one, let me see if I can find it, for 913050 F2A.
What page?
It is 474. And this is to do with, well, it's under applications of middle processing, density bonus and other things like that. And it's just, so A is the density bonus agreement shall be executed. That's the right number here, sorry. Let me see. That's 2A, did I get that right? Not sure we got the right. Reading this, this doesn't seem to be what I was looking for. Well, I had to try and find the right section, but there was something somewhere in relation to affordable units. Oh, I think
Is it
it's
the
3A,
density
3A, sorry, F3A, not 2A. Affordable units within a housing development under this chapter shall be constructed concurrently with the unrestricted units except as specifically established. I was just maybe a bit worried that there might be some way for a developer not to build the affordable units.
I think that's what that's saying, is if it's concurrent,
Yeah.
they have to be built at the same
I wonder if
time.
there was some, either I was going cross-eyed because this does sound like it's doing exactly what I want. But by this time reading, I must have just gotten cross-eyed, because I was afraid, I thought I read something that made it sound like they could maybe not get round to doing it, but this does seem to cover it, so
Yeah,
never
that's-
mind.
So that is,
Fixed it.
that is the
Yes.
protection, that's the protection governed by state law, so
Yeah.
this section
Oh,
is implementing.
Just so that developers don't do this.
Yes.
What your fear was.
Yeah, what my fear was, so it looks like we're covered.
And how late were you working on this?
Exactly, exactly.
Is that 470, is that the page?
Well, this is 474 I was reading
Oh,
from.
so this whole section, we can't change, is that correct?
So there's a base minimum state law, the density bonus you need to adhere to.
Yeah,
There
and I
are,
was-
there are abilities to tweak in some areas.
I'll say that, I'll
Not
say
many.
this, I crafted this very much to align with the minimums for state law. So
And
there is the
minimums are
ability to-
minimums for developer ease or minimum for
minimum for state law
maximizing?
compliance.
I know, but
which helps developers a lot.
it helps
That's-
developers reduce cost as opposed to increase the number of affordable units.
So it's a variety. So the trade-off of providing affordable units, developers are then granted a multitude of options. Waivers of fees, waivers of development standards, different concessions,
Yeah, I guess
or
my-
density bonuses,
Yeah.
increasing the amount of allowed.
My question is can we increase the minimums for the number of units we require?
You can, no,
Okay,
you
so
can,
that's
you
the.
can allow higher, you can allow more concessions and more density, but you can't,
So
you
to me,
can't
that's
put a
not-
further restriction on their number of units.
And just to point out, so it's been 15 years, 14, 15 years since we had a density bonus. I don't think we're giving away too much. That's, it's just
No, I know, it's a personal battle to make sure we're not losing affordable housing to gain the same number of affordable housing.
Do you have another point?
Nope, that was it.
Okay, so City Clerk, we have some public comments.
So Chair Lee, I do wanna note for the record that this comment was received after the deadline, so it was not provided to the commission ahead of time. That's why we do have deadlines for sufficient time to review it, and it was not made available for the public. I will summarize it into the record and I will ask staff to provide it to you after the meeting for review. Okay, so Stone James expressed concern with the proposed development code update as it relates to maximum industry buildings.
Thank you.
Heights.
Heights.
Thank you.
Maximum industry building?
Industrial.
Oh, I'm sorry, industrial.
Heights.
Okay, thank you. So at this point, we will take a 10-minute recess.
10 or 20?
10.
10.
We are only going to 8.
7:19.
I never
We're
heard
ready,
of it.
Chair.
We're back in session and we're moving on to Division 5. Have an introduction?
Yes. So Division 5, this is focused on subdivision regulations. It implements the Subdivision Map Act. As you all previously know, the city used the old Riverside County subdivision regulations, pretty antiquated. So this is an overhaul, updated to align with the Map Act and reflect the city. So any questions from Commission Chair?
Okay. So before we get into the actual questions here, if there are any for this section, just to point out, as staff have said, we're short on time, but we may not get through the whole document. Our comments have been transmitted, so all those comments are still being considered from the matrix, and they're with the consultant.
Chair, I would like to echo that. The way that that matrix is set up is there's a tracking mechanism through it. So you will be able to track comments, and Cynthia, am I correct? Where changes are made.
The tracking,
So we'll get that
I don't know how to
information
answer
back.
that because let's talk about that offline.
Okay.
I'm not sure how that works.
Brent,
Yes.
on 9,
So,
oh, I'm sorry.
no. So, yeah, if we can get feedback on what has then been done with those comments, that would be very useful to the commission. Now, the other thing is that I've been told by some of my colleagues here that they have certain areas that they do want to make sure they get to. So I'll make sure by the end of this session that we do get to that. In Division 5, then I had a concern on 9145060, which is page 510. And my concern there is that we need to.
It's 52 days actually in the Map Act.
No, I'm actually in the wrong section though.
Oh, okay, I thought you were talking about 060.
Yeah, I have the wrong reference. Okay, forget that one. Anything else in this section?
On page 5-11, 9.145-100. So I think we need to be a little bit more clear. Is it that they have to submit the application prior to expiration of the map, or does the action have to be taken? Because I worked in one city where the city attorney required the city council, planning commission to extend the map before it actually expired, and I've worked in other cities where you just had to get it in before the expiration date. So I don't, it's not clear which one that is. So it should say prior to the expiration date, you either have to get the application in or the planning commission has to act on it.
So,
And I think I think that the intent here for this city is that you have to get it submitted.
yes, I think that's what we tried to achieve in 1 here with the time extension written request, so that essentially the application shall be received at least 60 days prior to the expiration date of the tentative parcel map.
And then the planning commission could act anytime after they get it, and it won't get terminated.
If it's under process, I would assume that the city wouldn't expire the application or the map.
I'm gonna double check that too, because I believe the way that the law is written and case law has interpreted it is as long as you apply prior to the expiration, technically I believe you even get, I wanna say 60 or 90 days for the city to actually process the application. So the idea is that you just need to submit the application prior to expiration and allow us to go through that. But I'll confirm those numbers.
And I'm curious about that, why the 60 days?
Yeah,
And
prior,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, because typically as long as the application is in prior to expiration, if, for example, there isn't a planning commission form for several meetings,
Yeah,
it doesn't
it's not on the
expire.
applicant, right?
I agree with you, but a city attorney I worked with, who I had a great deal of respect for, may he rest in peace, he had a thing that it had to been acted on before.
And it might be like a newer, that's why I'm saying I wanna say it, I can't remember if it came
I
from
think
case
he was
law or
wrong.
statute, but yeah, we'll double check this one.
Yeah, I don't know anybody else that did it the way he did it. I had tremendous respect for him, but I think he was wrong on that one.
So we're clear on that point.
Yeah, legal will confirm.
Any other points from this division?
I have one quick one, 512. Under minor corrections and amendments.
What page?
512.
A1B, the proposed changes are consistent with the intent and spirit of the original approval, and it seems like intent and spirit is one of those subjective things that could be interpreted many different ways. If that's the intent of this clause, then okay, but I think anytime you're giving the director authority to make changes, it just seems like that's awfully interpretable.
That one's not as easy as you would think to use, because the engineers don't like it. They don't wanna assign their name to something that's subjective. So I had things that I really thought were clearly within the intent, and the engineers refused to sign it, so it had to go back to the commission.
Okay.
So is there a suggested change or?
I just was wondering how that was, if it was possible to make that more objective and
It's
less.
totally up to the registered engineer that, in the city that signs the plans.
Okay. All right, the only other point I had for this division was why we have 9200 in here, which is a set of definitions. Why are they not merged into the section, division 8?
And we have a response.
Yeah, so it is a slight deviation from the practice that we've been incorporating into the code, which was to consolidate everything. So for 99% of the code, you will find that we have put all of the definitions into division 8. Where we have found it useful, where there are terms that are specific, not code-wide, but terms that are specific only to a particular section or maybe have two different meanings, we decide to keep those within the ordinance or within that section itself, so that it's not getting conflated with broader terms that may be interpreted elsewhere or might be applied more broadly in the rest of the code. So we've decided to keep a subset of definitions specific to mergers, subdivisions within this section as opposed to moving to division 8. We could just move it to division 8. What we would do on our end is we would just have to make sure that we are locating terms that may have two meanings and making sure that we're alleviating potential conflicts.
One route about going that would be, if it was moved to division 8, there would probably under the S would be like subdivision, and then you would have a subset of definitions that fall under that.
And that personally would be my preference. I think it's beneficial going into the future for all the definitions to be in one place. Otherwise, as I've done here, for example, when reading this, I've made lots of references to division 8. It would not have occurred to me to look for these definitions in a separate section. Unless it said somewhere in division 8, you're looking in the wrong place, go back to this.
Then I would make a request of the chair and the commission that in the front end of the subdivision regulations, we refer to division 8 definitions under the term subdivision, so they know that anything applying to that is under that.
Yeah, I think that's a better solution.
Got it, perfect.
Okay. Anything else in this section? Very good. You see, we're getting through them now.
Through a division
I have
and
two more favors.
That was about 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm impressed.
All right.
3 and 4 were the big ones.
Any
Because
public
Martha
comments?
did such a good job.
We have none, Chair.
Thank you. Moving on to Division 6. Would you like to introduce this division?
Okay, Division 6 is focusing on application processing procedures. So Division 6 looks at the review, the filing for applications, and then goes through each of the different application types. So when you look back at our Division 2 with the land use tables and what's permitted, what's a minor use permit, what's a conditional use permit, what's a HOMOC, this lays out all of the procedures and explanation of each of those permit types and the review authorities within each of those. Okay, and Michael, did you want to expand upon this?
Yeah, these end up being more, these kind of fall under the category of code provisions that we would consider just administrative. So these are really going to be for useful references for you as decision makers, city staff as they're looking at what are the requirements or findings for different types of approvals, what are your kind of your review limitations. So this is a really helpful section for you, so you kind of have an expectation of what are our findings when we're talking about a conditional use permit versus design review, and kind of laying out those application and processing standards for you. But not a part of the code that is very often referenced by non-traditional code users. So.
And rather than going through in order at this point, I know that both my colleagues here have concerns about this section, so I'd like to address that first so we get that discussed as much as we need to.
So one of the things that I noticed was we spent some time on an ordinance that's not reflected here about public engagement and extending the mailing to a larger area and also including people that didn't own property. So none of that's in here, so we need to go back, city clerk, and get that ordinance and then put it in here.
You got that.
Okay, then the other thing I wanted to ask is on page 618, no, not 618, 616, post-decision procedures. You know, when you say post-decision procedures, I know you're talking more about appeals, but you know, I think of all the important CEQA documents you need to file depending on what the application is, but that would go in the CEQA guidelines, not here. Okay, that's fine.
That was much easier than I thought, so.
Also on that
back-
same page,
Yes.
up at the top, C2, design review by the director. No public notice or hearing is required for the design review for projects in which the director is the design review authority. I know there's not gonna be any public notice beforehand, but I think we should require a public notification after, so that there is a requirement in the code that those things are notated somewhere for public consumption. I know we've talked about it a lot, and it could be in the online thing and whatever, I can't remember the developments. Dashboard but we've never actually come to a decision, and I think it should be in the code that it is required.
And I would actually add on to that because it's a general point and it's been raised in public comments and it's been my thought too. So this is not to a specific paragraph, but one of the concerns we heard yesterday particularly was moving away from any public review. Ministerial, we know most of that comes from the state. But then there's administrative as well, and there are things that the director can do at their discretion. We don't want a system that delays applications and developments unnecessarily. So I'm thinking that we need some simpler way of conveying what's going on in this whole process. So for example, if there's a minor variance or a change that somebody's asking for, we could have a dedicated page on the website. It simply lists applications for those kinds of things that have come in, the date they came in, the subject, and when a decision is expected. What that means is that the public can understand that these things are happening even though there is no public review of that decision. So I would like to ask that the staff look at developing that kind of
Which applications would you say would go on that page? Like they get like,
if it's something that the director would be reviewing or it's an administrative review, then we just need, there's gonna be no public notification. Then we need that level of review by the public of things that are going on internal to the
Would you want
department.
a sign permit, would you want a sign permit to be on that list? They probably do like 20 of those a week.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I've been pushing for transparency on this the whole
Yes.
time. However, I would say that if you put it up beforehand, you are now inviting people, it implies that they do have the ability to have input. Because then they can call the department and ask questions, and I think there's an implication, if the decision hasn't been made yet, that they could have some sort of sway over it, and I would be concerned about the number of. If they
But-
don't, then, I mean, they don't, right? So.
I don't see the problem. I mean, you know, you can put it out there, you can have on the page, this is for information only, and
You can't,
there's
but
no
people
public
could still
review.
call.
But why,
Yeah, they could. We're trying to open up the way that the department works.
I agree, I think it may be
what about
instilling
having
a false sense of.
the criteria of what goes on the page and what doesn't, as whether it's a ministerial action or not? And if it's a ministerial action where there's no discretion, like a sign permit, those don't need to go on there. But like a minor use permit where there is discretion, that would go on there. And but it would go on there after the director makes the decision.
I wasn't trying to design the system here. What I want to do is refer it to staff and say that is the concern of the public, that they are not being able to see, because of the changes we're making here, they're not being able to see as much of what goes into the sausage. And they want to be able to see that information. So, you know, going down to the fine detail, I'd leave that up to staff, but it's just the general idea that we have some way of giving the public more information about those decisions that won't go to public hearings, but which they would prefer to know about.
I've said this before, check out the La Quinta website. They do a report of actions they've taken as a staff, I think. Maybe they put too much in there, I don't know, but you know, take a look at it. And then you can decide how you want to put it in the code.
So let me see if I can summarize this. And I hear the point, and I think I've changed my tack because I heard what you all have said, and I thought, oh, again, this is why we have these discussions, because there's things that I don't see that you all can see and go, oh, the light goes on. So if I'm hearing this right, ministerial and non-discretionary actions, to echo what I think I was hearing you say, and I've heard this point before, don't necessarily put them out beforehand because there's a implied understanding that maybe a public comment would be able to influence the final decision when maybe it can't. However, with administrative decisions where there is discretion applied or there's an appeal to that, those do need to at least be posted somewhere and potentially even be notified through some sort of mechanism to individual property owners. And I hear what we're saying, and I even advocated for this previously, that we post them on our website. But to make sure that those are out and that the appeal period is clear and succinct, and so that people, when that decision is made, people have a clear process for when they can appeal, what that form needs to take.
Yeah, I think in conjunction with that, I had as just a general note, because I saw it kind of throughout the code, that there's references to a public hearing before the director. And I had no idea how that would work. How would the planning director have a hearing? They don't have public meetings. And so I saw that reference multiple times, and that seems kind of in tandem with this whole discussion.
And I think that our code, I don't know if that our code specifically calls out hearing administrator. And that, I think that's usually what, it's not a hearing in front of the planning director, it's usually the hearing administrator, and how that role is assigned to the director or whoever that is, or if there's a third party administrator. But that's usually a defined process, because when there's a public hearing, again, there's specific notice that needs to be sent, who that gets sent to, the appeal process, what kind of comments are taken, if comments are taken.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, is it's in there multiple times, I have a specific reference, I can find it, but it's mentioned multiple times. There will be a hearing before the director, so I just,
But is, yeah, and I think
is
that
that a public hearing,
that's-
is that, what is?
that process, and I'm gonna direct that question to our consultants to make sure that we do have that process defined. We talked about this process, I think, yesterday.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Yeah, some,
I just wanna
yeah,
make sure it's clear.
yeah, we can check into it.
Okay. I think it's good. Okay. Next point, anybody?
How are we progressing here? Do we do it?
We're just gonna
code by
go back now to
code,
go
beginning of
through by
9210. Okay, well, I've got page 6.9, 9.210.020B2.
page.
And
Sorry, page number?
6.9.
6.
And I think what you've all just said, I think that kind of permeates quite a few of my comments about notification and how people know what's going on in this new,
Right.
particularly MUP environment. But there's also, I have a lot of questions or suggestions about in these sections having flowcharts and tables, and so people know what's happening and how it happens. But anyway, in relation to supporting materials here, it talks about we may require submission of materials, gives a list, but I was wondering if can it be made into a sort of particular checklist so that the applicant knows by and large what they are expected to bring, so it's not later deemed, oh, you didn't supply us with X, so it's incomplete. Is there some way to make it more objective? That here's a list of 10 things that you should have in your application. So it wasn't really clear there whether there is such a thing.
And for every application, that is submitted, it usually gets submitted, they all come through our EnerGov, our CSS portal, customer service portal. And then through there, they have to attach each piece individually, so it prompts them for each required step. And in certain cases, there are options for them to attach something to indicate that this isn't applicable. And then staff will look through it and they do a completeness review and have to specify. We look, even if they submit a landscape plan but say it doesn't have a legend on it, it's not complete. So
Right.
yes, you gave us piece X, but
Right.
piece X is not complete. So we give them a detail.
And one thing that, dovetailing on Commissioner McPhail's comments, one thing that's a problem with the new online submittals is that they got rid of, when the paper applications went away, they got rid of the list of application requirements. So now you click and you fill out everything, and then for the county, it's like, oh, okay, I need a title report, I didn't know that. And then it doesn't let you submit the application. And you can't move forward and unless you know a way to bypass it, but not everybody knows that. But the point is if you have handouts for the variance application, the CUP application, that details what is expected, that they can look at before they actually sit down and go to the portal, I think that would be really helpful. It's not a code issue, but it's just a customer service thing.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything after that page? My next one's 622, so anybody before 622?
622.
629.
Okay. 622, this is a legal question. So, 9225050, paragraph C there, the proposed use will not be averse to the public health, safety, or general welfare of the community, nor detrimental to the surrounding property. So, you remember this one. So we went through this with the gas station for the Fufalas. And in the end, I was on the commission at the time, and we decided that we would rely on this finding to reject that application. But it was really considered too vague to be a solid foundation at that time. And so I'm concerned that we have the same wording in this new code. So I'm wondering if we need to have more objective standards for whatever we're trying to say here, or whether this should even be in at all.
So it's actually terminology that is used throughout state law for many different zoning
Okay.
issues. The one thing I will say that holds up better, at least from a legal perspective, is knowing or having some sort of evidence that a certain action will occur given the building that will be placed. And that's a really hard, standard to meet. I can work with staff as far as, whenever we do have any kind of decisions that are coming before you, to really focus on that and really try to figure out what your concerns are, and if there are concerns, maybe we have to continue the item to really, dive in more from a legal perspective on what kind of evidence can be presented. But as far as the language, I wouldn't suggest changing it just
Right.
because it is consistent with the language of case law and state law.
But in order to apply it in any hearing, we need some facts that support
Yes.
that. Like a report that says, there's asbestos or
Correct.
something
And
like that.
To that point, I think that staff does a lot of work on the back end so that by the time it gets to you, the concerns that maybe they flag that you would similarly flag have been addressed. And so maybe that is why, this isn't something that's consistently addressed or used when things are presented to you, but it is something that should remain. I recommend
Wouldn't
it.
the commission be free to ask, like you said, they could delay the decision and ask for a specific report on hydrocarbons or on hazardous waste or on leakage, or those kinds of things.
Yeah, we always just wanna make sure that there's a nexus to whatever requirement that we're asking. And so, like I said, I think that this isn't just in Cathedral, but in most cities, the staff does an amazing job at really identifying those things and making sure that it's something that you see. But yes, we will definitely work towards, if we go through that and you have concerns with that specific finding, we'll work through what evidence is relevant.
Okay. Anyone, another point? Let me see. Coming up on 235, 9235.
Oh, I've got one before that.
Okay.
625, 2300 findings and decisions, C,
Page,
626. The proposed road use would not result in an over-concentration of such uses in a manner that is detrimental to public health safety. I'm just wondering, I think we've hit this theme
Yes.
multiple times. How are we analyzing over-concentration? Are we getting some metric, like there's too many of these things here? We have expressed many times, such as the gas station issues, now there's too many of these things here. So I'm wondering how this is determined and what sort of analysis is done, if any, or do we just sort of?
How would you distinguish between overconcentration and limiting competition? That's kind of the big
Yep.
question there.
Yes, how is this done? It's in here, so how are we doing it?
What is this for?
It's-
Well, I mean, the state has rules of overconcentration when it comes to alcohol, right?
Yes,
And that
A,
would
B, C,
be a CUP, so,
which we can override.
I mean, they actually have, like you're saying, specific numbers. But, there are other uses for a CUP, obviously, not just.
Like if you have, I know a shopping center where for some reason it was a Stater Brothers and all the retail left and got taken up by doctor's offices. And it really became a burden to go there because the parking was awful because the doctor's offices just had such a different kind of busy schedule. But I only bring that up in such a case as having that many doctor's offices in one place, is that a good thing? Some people would say it would be, some people would say it wouldn't be. You know, that would be a tough one to decide. But if you had like an overconcentration of cannabis all in the same neighborhood, that would be clear that you would know that that was a bad thing. So it's a hard one.
I'm just thinking of it as part of, if we're having findings or we're making a determination, and we think maybe it's not a good idea to have use X.
But you know,
What do we get in a report to help us make that decision?
Desert Hot Springs just, you know, maybe the staff report will be helpful to our staff. So they just did a moratorium on, and it's not on data centers. Well, although they did do one on data centers, but it was on something else. So they decided that they had an overconcentration of 99-cent stores. And they did a moratorium on it, and you know, they're gonna do some action on it. But the point is that they decided there were too many of them in the city, and it went beyond serving a purpose. So you know, maybe that'll help us.
It is subjective, unfortunately.
What?
So
I think it is subjective.
Well, but I go back to something the city manager said earlier, which was to do with cannabis licenses. And he said, you know, that is a determination that can be made by the commission at that time. So combine that with what legal were just telling us, that you know, the staff can always prepare a report for us if we want to refer it back. So I think the way we're gonna end up going is if it says over concentration or, you know, excessive or whatever, that will be the fallback position, is to say, well, we're not sure whether this is excessive or not. We'd like a report for the next meeting from staff. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So we could determine that we think this is an overconcentration of X.
Could be
Dear
an
staff,
overconcentration.
please go and
Question.
analyze it.
Yes.
But you know, and that's similar to like, if you're gonna deny something, you need to continue it anyway for the staff to make findings.
Yeah.
So here, instead of denying it, you're saying, we're not sure, come back with more information on whether it's a positive or negative impact of having that many of that land use.
Okay. So,
329? I'm sorry, 620.
629, yes, I'm on the same page, go for it.
Public notice of hearing for temporary use permits. It says the director may require public notice for events or activities that may have the potential for a public impact. I think there should be some that do require. I think like fireworks, maybe some filming. I think there should be some that should require a public notice.
I think
Well-
leaving it to the director to decide that, they kind of know. So for instance, if you're doing a pumpkin patch, I don't think you need to do public notice on that.
I don't either.
But-
I'm saying, but I think there are some that
But
should.
well, here's one where I did do a public notice. They were gonna blow up a building
Yes.
in the middle of the night,
Right.
so we did a.
So the phrase is may, we've got a definition of what may is. And you're both describing what may is, which is the person can do that or not do it, depending on whether or not it seems appropriate or reasonable.
That's not what I'm suggesting. I'm
So what are
suggesting
you
that there should be some event types that the
following
director
event
shall
Okay.
notify the public
What?
for some specific event types. I don't know that I'm the person to determine exactly what those should be, but I believe that there are some, like I just
There's
said,
so many
fireworks
different kinds.
and filming. Beyond that, if there's anything else, I'm okay with there being additional things on the list, but I think some things rise beyond a discretionary.
That cause excessive
Notification.
noise or visual or something, I don't know.
I don't know if you run into that in any other cities.
I have not. I'm just trying to, so the director has the discretion to determine which of the temporary, like which of those temporary events would have the impact. if, my concern is that list could potentially be endless, and then if it's not listed, wouldn't the director still be making the discretion of what that is outside the list? I understand where you're coming from, because I think there are some events that are a larger nuisance. I'm just trying to think of the implementation of that.
We have to trust staff to,
Um,
trust the staff to know when it's gonna be a nuisance to grant this temporary use permit. You know, like another one that's probably not a big deal is the church over by El Pollo Loco does a sunrise Easter service. It's done with a temporary use permit every year. I don't think that needs, you know, I don't think
I
that
wouldn't
needs
either,
this.
so again, that's fine, we'll move on.
Alright. Yeah, let me go to, first of all, just 9235050, in that list of conditions of approval, I think particularly for large events, we need to add in their sanitation.
Where are you?
On page 629. So I mean, for whatever we're doing, whether it's the Jalisco or a large event downtown, we should be asking for sanitation.
Isn't that removal of trash?
No, I mean, providing restroom facilities.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
so I
I
would
agree
just
with you.
suggest that. And then, anything else after that, anybody? I'm going on to section 270 for me.
270.
Got to 60,
Okay,
6,
we'll take it.
45,
Permit modification and revocation,
administrative adjustment. Is that the right?
page 654.
645.
6:45, yeah.
I still think the relief from requirements of property development standards, so A, applicability not to exceed 20% of the requirement, I still think 20% is too high. It's just my personal opinion, that an administrative adjustment, that 20% on a large building, a large property, reducing something or increasing something by 20% is a lot, could be a lot.
Vice Chair, do you have a recommendation of a percentage that you think you're
10.
more comfortable with? 10?
Yes, that's what I wrote down. I mean, I think 10 is more appropriate, but 20% just seems like a large chunk.
So if Cardenas was gonna add on to the rear of their building, so let's just assume they're like 30,000 square feet. So 20 I can't talk. 10%
3,000
would
versus
be
6,000.
3,000, right? Then 20% would be 6,000.
I'm
You're
thinking more in
talking
terms of
about
height, I'm
variances, right,
thinking
though?
landscape, yeah.
Right, okay.
The what?
Administrative adjustment.
Talking about administrative adjustments.
Correct.
Right, not necessarily additions to buildings. So if Cardenas was 20 feet tall and they wanted, or if they had a 20-foot height allowance and they wanted administrative variance to put a higher portion on, they would be able to get either 4 feet if it was 20% or 2 feet if it was 10%. That's what we're talking about.
Would that have worked for the variance that we denied in the cove?
No.
Would this have worked?
No, it would have applied to the school, King School, where we did a variance, but it was slightly over the 10%, I think. I don't have a problem with 10%, I'm not sure I'm worried about 20% either, so
So on a
other views.
Yeah, right, so like in most residential, right, 20% is gonna end up being around 4 to 6 feet in height. Setback, if you have a 15-foot setback, 10% is 1.5 feet, 20% is 3 feet. That's how much we're talking, the difference between 10 and 20%.
Yeah, but it could be 20% of all those dimensions. it doesn't say of a one specific thing, so there could be a 20% adjustment in the height in all four of the setbacks, in theoretically the density. So I mean, I guess I'm just saying that could be a sizable difference.
Normally, you don't have a request that asks for all four, right? That's not hardship. If I'm asking for all four sides, the relief needs to be granted for something unusual. I think that's.
I don't wanna drag us out.
So density is not a dimensional standard, I wanna clarify that, I think this
Okay.
really is for
It's really
dimensional
just
standards.
height and setbacks and,
The code today also has 20% for setbacks. The existing code is 20% for setbacks, it's 10% for subdivisions. There is 0% flexibility for some other standards, parking for instance, but this is specific for dimensional.
Correct, and instead of breaking it up by this one can do 10, this one can't do anything, this one can do 20, the approach here was to make it a flat 20 across the board, just for, it's a flexibility, essentially. But it's not to say that, I mean, 20% could also go down, I mean, it's arbitrary in the end. So if the commission would like to see that lowered to 10, we can lower it to 10, there is no right or wrong answer.
So if I was a developer building houses and I had a model that I didn't wanna redesign, so if the total height for a one-story residential here is 24, then this would give them the ability to go to 28.8, which 4.8 is 20%.
Yes,
So then 2.4 would be the 10%.
yes.
so then if we leave it at 20, does this then apply to the conversation we had yesterday about the downtown mixed use height?
So if you had a
If
70
you had
foot,
55, you could add another, you could use this 20% adjustment to go higher than the 55.
yeah, and if you had
or
a,
the
if you had a
70.
70 foot, you could go up almost, 14 feet? Yes.
That's a lot.
And I think that's what the vice chair is saying is in that some of the larger context that
It makes a
20% it could potentially be a substantial increase. The other thing I'm just gonna pose here, and we've talked about this, that codes can always be modified, they're not cemented and set in stone. So if it is the desire of the commission to say, I'm not comfortable with 20, let's go with 10. It's not to say that it can't be 20 down the road, or if it's 20 now and you go, ooh, we've had too many examples where the administrative adjustment's too high. There are amendments that can be made to codes and it can be brought back down. So I just wanna,
And that's just I'm that kind of a person where I'd rather err on the side of caution, and not everyone is that way, and that's totally fine. Whereas I'm like, once something gets approved and gets built and the whole community goes, oh my God, who allowed that? It can't be undone. We're not tearing the building down, right? So
What about splitting the difference at 15?
you could always raise it.
No, just a second. So of those two alternatives, if you go 10% and it starts to become a problem, then we can come back and change the code. So, very quickly, you're gonna realize, I mean, I don't know how often we actually do these adjustments, frankly, but regardless, if it's starting to become a problem with a lot of properties, we'll come back here and we'll say, we should have gone with the 20%.
Yeah, 100%.
And it's a lot easier to do that than go backwards.
Yes,
So-
this reads far better than the existing code. I would say this grants more flexibility and more discretion. It applies to more dimensional standards than the current code. This is a better approach. I think if we make it 10% across the board, that's fair. And if someone wants to do more, they could also look at a density bonus project too and provide some affordable housing.
Exactly.
Yeah. So let's adjust down to 10.
10% across the board.
Yeah, across the board.
Perfect.
Okay. I'm aware of the time, we're actually at 8:00 and our meeting is scheduled until 8, but are we okay to stay for a little bit longer?
I only have one more thing total.
Well, I've only got one too. Let me go with 9270030. It's page 654. And I think this does apply in other areas, but I didn't make note of all of them. I just want to be careful about the language, because this implies something that won't happen, which is that the planning commission will be sitting here one day and decide to revoke or modify something. And of course, that's not what happens at all. But it says that we can initiate those proceedings. And the planning commission can't initiate anything if it isn't scheduled to discuss it by the staff. So I just find that wording misleading. I understand what would happen in practice.
Well, could we, if we had a situation where we wanted to do a revocation, so I don't know if you'd have to agendize it, but then we would direct staff to come back with a revocation report. So that would be us initiating it.
I can't imagine a situation where we would initiate that. Why would we do that?
Well, I think, sometimes it's just a dire situation that you have, like, I've only done one revocation in the whole time I've done planning, and it was for a hotel that was disgusting. And
You didn't do that as a planning commissioner. You did that as a planner.
no, okay, hold on. I was told to do it, so
Well,
it wasn't by the planning commission. I was directed by the city manager to prepare it and take it to the.
So anyway, I'm just raising that as an issue in terms of wording for clarity. I don't think the planning commission can actually initiate anything. That we have to be invited to do so by staff.
Can I defer to legal on that?
So if it were to go the way that you're saying, it does need to be agendized. I think practically speaking, it is something that staff would probably bring to your attention. But there have been cases like, say for example, you've seen something occurring over and over. Maybe you reach out and you realize that there are like code issues and this has been ongoing, maybe it's a larger problem. Somebody wanting to agendize it under or bring it up under like a future agenda item, that's still like an initiation, but correct, you cannot act as an individual. It would have to be the quorum agreeing with you that yes, I think we should hear revocation.
It doesn't have.
I withdraw my objection. Okay, you had one other item?
It's in Division 8.
Oh, what?
Or no, I'm sorry, Division 7, which we haven't gotten to, I don't think.
Okay.
Which was the,
Well-
you have something for Division 7?
No, but Division 6, just note that, do we have any public comment?
We have none, Chair.
So, yeah, go ahead with your.
You wanna do an intro
Yeah,
to?
so, I mean, we are over time. I did mention at the beginning of this section, all our other comments have already been submitted and we can still submit comments.
Yes.
Is that true?
I'm gonna look at the consultant for the answer to that question.
I would let me consult with city staff on a deadline date. We do need the comments at some point to stop so we can actually prepare the revised public review draft.
Right.
So let me consult with city staff and then we can get the commissioner's responses at work for you. But yeah, we would like to start, as we start to move towards the hearing process, we wanna make sure we give adequate time for the revised draft to be out before that. So let me look at the schedule.
Alright. So, what is the feeling of the commission? Do you wanna we have one point from Vice Chair. Did you wanna
Which I think is
continue with
worth
any other points?
discussion, so that's the
Yeah.
only reason I would bring it up, which is the appeals period.
Okay,
It was brought up in public comment. I think I brought it up the first time around when we went through this division. I think 10 days is too short, mainly because I saw many people bring appeals in Los Angeles over projects. And typically, it would take a while before anybody even knew that a project had been approved.
Vice Chair, do you mind just for those maybe listening to state the section you're referring to?
Yes, it is section 9300040, application filing, processing and review. Letter B's for the time limits. So this says it is 7:31. It says that all appeals shall be filed in writing within 10 calendar days of the date which the action was taken. It's not even 10 business days. 10 calendar days is extremely short. And I think especially considering that we do have some people who live here seasonally, or even people who live here year round, a lot of people travel over the summer. I mean, council's dark for almost 2 full months, but we expect someone during those summer months to potentially know that a project got approved for the lot next door, get all the information about it, get a lawyer, figure out how to file appeal and do all that in 10 days while they're potentially out of the country or out of town. I mean, I think that's just
Adjusting this would also hold up the time that applications would be approved.
I know that.
So when there would be an application that would be approved, you would have to wait for the appeals period to extend, so projects wouldn't actually be approved until that 10, 20, 30-day period.
Well, it's 10 business days, it's not gonna be 20.
No, this is 10 calendar days.
Yeah, 10,
I was just
calendar.
Oh,
hypothetically coming up with a number, if we were
Oh,
to
yeah,
increase it, it would push back then a final approval date for some decisions.
But 10 business days would make sense, wouldn't it?
10 business days is two weeks, 14 calendar days, it's better.
I try to stay away from business days on these kinds of things, because if you've got a holiday, or, let's just stick with calendar days.
But did you
Makes it
have
easier.
But I actually think that is important. If you have holidays in there, that's not fair to assume that someone's gonna be able to, there have been situations where things got approved right before Christmas. And you've got public holidays where the city's not open. You'd have New Year's where the city's not open, so you expect someone to file an appeal in 10 calendar days where half those days the city might not even be open for business. I mean, business days actually makes more sense.
Well, I think 10 days is kind of a standard, and it's not something that is unusual. You can change that, but I don't know that I would go probably more than maybe 15 days.
I'd like to look at some other cities, because 10 days to me seems really short.
I think what we can do to address that, there's experience on city staff side with codes in different cities, we have
Yeah.
experience. Let us kind of pull some examples that have alternatives to the 10 days.
Yeah.
And then what we could do is we can make a recommendation based on that the commission would like to look at extending that, just to see statewide where we're
Yeah,
finding
what other
that
options are
adjustment,
That'd be great, thank you.
of course.
Right. Any other commissioners, any other points
Just
on any of the divisions?
Just a general one, I think I brought this up in the comments I submitted, in Division 6, maybe partly in Division 7 too, like where possible, when we're talking about processes and there's timelines and there's appeals and something comes back after 2 years or 3 years, how many bites of the cherry they get. If this could be portrayed, those sorts of things be portrayed in flowcharts or tables, so that we can see all those steps in a much clearer format.
Absolutely.
I think what we can do is do something similar to what was in the objective standards, which had the flow chart. I think that visual representation is easy for the public to understand. It would be easy for the commission to explain. It could also be used as handouts at the counter too. So we can coordinate with Martha for additional flow charts that explain processes.
The discussion. Seeing none.
We have none.
That was my job.
Sorry.
Gotta wait another 2
I was
weeks.
just saying it, I
A
didn't
couple
mean
more.
to be asking her, I was just
In which
saying.
case, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Apologies, I wasn't trying to steal your thunder.
My last time to do
Yeah.